I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
President Mr. Noyola.
Here.
Vice President Mrs. Yokoyama Bui.
Here.
Clerk Mrs. Mendoza. Board Member Mrs. McCatton.
Here.
Board Member Mr. Nishii.
Present.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and evaluation. One matter, Government Code Section 54957. Superintendent's evaluation, Government Code 54957. Conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSDME, and CSEA. Government Code Section 54957.6. Existing litigation, Special Education Settlement Agreement, Student OAH number 2026030844, Government Code Section 54956.9, and Los Angeles Superior Court case number 23 STCV 28433, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. And anticipated litigation, one matter, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1. Do I have any public comments on closed session, Vice President?
We do not have any cards. None. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to move to closed session?
Tatiana, motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. board is now back in open session. May I have a motion?
So move Mendoza.
Second, Tatiana.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Can everybody please silence your cell phone? If anybody's in need of translation services, there's someone in the back of the room that will assist you. Si alguna persona necesita traducción, hay una persona al fondo del pasillo que le puede asistir. Tonight in closed session, we discuss public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and evaluation. One matter, Government Code Section 54957. Superintendent evaluation, Government Code Section 54957. Conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA, Government Code Section 54957.6, existing litigation. In closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $20,000 with the attorney's fees of $8,500, compensatory education of $11,500 for OAH case number 2026-030844, Government Code Section 54956.9 by a vote of 7-0. Also in closed session, board discussed Los Angeles Superior Court case number 23 STCV 28433, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 and 1 anticipated litigation matter, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1. For the Pledge of Allegiance, can I have Vice President Yokoyama Bui lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, Mr. President. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. We're going to go right into our presentations tonight. So, spotlight on teaching and learning. We will have a presentation for the LCAP stories, classified staff supporting success. Dr. Castro.
Thank you. This is the last of our LCAP story series. It's not a world premiere tonight. Sorry to tell you folks. I showed this one to the district leadership team when we had a meeting the other day, so they got to see a little preview. So this is the second world premiere. This one is about, most of the time people look at our LCAP actions and think that it focuses a lot on classroom teachers and the supports, but there's a lot of classified and other certificated staff that are part of our LCAP support system. And so we wanted to highlight some of that tonight for you. And so our LCAP stories is about all the different staff that support our students to achieve success through our LCAP actions.
Over the course of this school year, we've been exploring the many ways in which ABC's LCAP positively supports students. At ABC Unified, we have a clear vision for every student, but that vision is only possible because of the dedicated staff who turn our goals into reality daily. For this episode, we feature our classified staff, ADVID tutors, tech assistants, language assessment specialists, behavior support paraeducators, our device repair technicians, our special programs application analysts, and more. These professionals provide the essential support systems that allow teaching and learning to flourish.
So I was an AVID tutor in high school. I started in AVID as a freshman, and I realized a lot of it was pertaining to me taking notes. I was a really sporadic note taker, and learning like the column notes, even though I don't use them now, it helped me realize and how I want to adjust and basically format my notes for a more easier way to review information.
I've been serving ABC Unified for about 33 years now. I first started as a paraeducator, and then I moved into the LMT position at Warres Elementary, and now I'm at the district as a technology assistant, and I have been there in IT for almost 12 years now. My role is to ensure that all the tools of technology are there for staff, students, and teachers to use.
The school support behavior team provides behavior trainings. We also provide behavior consultation for general behavior classroom management and also student-specific individualized behavior intervention plans by creating them and helping implementing them so that students can succeed.
At ABC Unified, we believe in developing the whole child, from literacy labs to the repair center to our classrooms. The work of classified staff is a testament to our commitment to every student's success.
It might not have in their class, it might not have when you explain it to them, but when you put it into their terms, whether it be social media, whether it be celebrity, maybe it be food or snacks or whatever their interest is, when you put it into terms with their math problem, maybe they're talking about shopping and you want to buy 2 dresses and they don't understand, but you put it in terms of like, oh my gosh, you meet the celebrity and you buy 2 concert tickets, and they're like, oh, I understand that, because it's not in, specific or like hard to digest terms for them. It's something of their interest, and it's on more of like an easier base level to understand.
What inspires me most about my work with the students is that when we see that student making success, we see a student who has had behavior challenges, really respond to behavior intervention systems and make those connections with the teachers and with their peers, and it results in great progress.
I think what inspires me is seeing that the students go from being frustrated to empowered. Even teachers and other staff members, they often thank me when I give them help, and I listen to what their issues are and take my time to explain it to them.
LCAP funding is extremely important to what we do here at ABC because it supports students in different demographics and different categories. What we do with our LCAP funding is find ways that we support every single student. So that is why LCAP funding is extremely important to ABC. I just want to thank the TAs, the behavioral aides, our language assessment, our AVID tutors for everything you guys do for our students. In and around the classroom, you guys make the difference. You guys help close the achievement gap, and we couldn't be as successful without you. So I really want to thank you guys.
Visit abcusd.us/LCAP to see how ABC is raising up students and unlocking their future.
Do we have any board comments? Questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Dr. Castro, for the presentation, and thank you for staff for everything you do. Like I said in that video, we can't do it without you guys, so I really appreciate everybody watching and everybody behind the scenes. We're going to go into approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of June 3rd?
So move Mendoza.
Second McCatton.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 19th, 2026?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second, Tatiana.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Board president reports. My report, I'll keep it brief. I got to attend a lot of graduations this year, and starting with elementary, I got to visit Ferguson Elementary at FEDI. They hosted their promotion, and it was great to see all the accomplishments that our Ferguson students received and how they're getting ready for middle school, and the parents are just excited. So I'm grateful that FEDI was able to open their doors for Ferguson. And then the very next day, I was at FEDI again for the middle school graduation, or promotion, where we got to see a lot of the students from elementary again, but now with their brothers and older sisters. So it's a great week when you get to see that whole growth in the family and all the celebrations. Our families come out, our community supports us. So I want to thank the FEDI team for doing 2 events back to back. That's a big turnout. And then that evening I was at Cerritos Gar High School, but for Cerritos High School's graduation. I want to thank Dr. Wise and the staff who put that entire event together. We had a great turnout. I think the stands were packed. Even there was a line around the parking lot. So there was a great turnout. Like I said before, our community supports our students 100%. And seeing these high school students walk across the stage, it's such a great moment to be a part of as a board member. I think it's one of our highlights of the year. And then I got to end the week at Artesia High School, where I got to see the same families again, but now for their high school students. And I would like to appreciate all the staff again for all the hard work they do, and they also kept it very timely. I appreciate staff put a lot of work in, and parents want to celebrate and they want to see their students, and that we make the moment very special. But we get right to it, and then we go home. So that's a great graduation event. And then this Saturday I was at Migrant Ed, where they had their summer kickoff event. And again, our families came out in full support, and there was a line around the door and down the block to get ready for summer school. So I want to thank our migrant ed recruiters. They do a great job of keeping our families engaged and feeling supported, and keeping them trusting us with their families and students. And with that will end my report. So thank you guys for being here tonight. We will now have our superintendent's report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I just want to reiterate again, I said it last meeting, but I'm so thankful for our administrators, our teachers, our staff. Everyone works really hard to make the school year amazing for our kids. And so I'm just very thankful for the way we choose to serve our students and families each year. And this year was no different. We have summer school beginning. So tomorrow, June 4th, summer school begins for our secondary students at the middle and high school levels. Monday, June 8th, we begin the Elementary Summer Learning Academy and ABC Excels programs. And then as we move into July, on the 8th, we'll begin the Migrant Ed Summer Program. So there's lots of opportunities available for learning this summer. I want to just take a moment and thank the administrators, the faculty, the staff, the students, the families, the alumni, the retirees who came out to participate in our legacy celebrations for both Aloha Elementary and Juarez Elementary. It was amazing to see people returning that had been in the 70s going to school there, and being part of this special time where we were sharing memories. It was fun to watch grown adults see their retired teacher and be so excited as if it was the first day of third grade again. I think the care and time that staff took in putting that together really made a difference, and I was thankful for just the way our community responded. These schools have served our communities well for many years. They've been a blessing, and so it was a joy to see that. Finally, as I close tonight, I just want to remind our families that if for some reason this summer you run into some kind of challenges, our community center is available, the ABC Community Center. If you need the contact information, you can go to the website, go to Family tab. Under that, look at the mental health and wellness resources, and you'll find access to not only the information about our community center, but also access for other services. You never know what you'll run into, and maybe you might need some mental health services this summer. There's resources there, as well as access to Care Solace that can connect you with services. In addition, if your student is in our summer programs, there will be mental health professionals available that can assist should you need that this summer. And with that, I'll say thank you for a great year.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. We're going to go into our employee representative reports. AFSCME with their field rep, Eric Lindheimer.
Hello, thank you. This is It sounds like it's on. I've had the mic cut off on me before. It's usually on purpose. President, I appreciate you offering us an opportunity to address the school board. I'd like to congratulate everybody. You made it through another school year. It's one of those things where it gives us an opportunity to think. Every senior that walked across the stage and got their diploma, the memories that they build for a lifetime, and the opportunities now that they're going to have to go off and course their own life, and the impact that you have on that is just absolutely incredible. The impact that the teachers have, I might be too old to remember my third grade teacher, but I'm trying to pull up a picture in my mind, but it's not, it's not easy work throughout the course of a school year. I know it's not easy. Also, the untold hours and the conversations and the emails that board members, what you get. It's awful easy for me to come up here and ask you for everything, right? And a lot of people do that to you over the course of a school year. They want their own thing, their own issue addressed. And so I know it's often not easy. And you guys spend an awful lot of hours that nobody ever sees, nobody ever appreciates. And you do the best you can. And, to me, I've just been around the community for a short period of time. And it appears to me that the school district that you've created and helped mentor and work with, it's the foundation and the anchor of our community. And without the schools being as great as they are, the community, I've just seen it across the country. When there's issues with school districts and they're not as successful as what ABC is, the communities, they fall apart. And so it's just so important to have such a great school district for our family, for our parents and their kids that are in the district. So the last time I was here speaking, we had several of our members here. I figured since the school year was over, we should at least give them the night off. So they're at home watching the school board meeting, but the issues that we have are still important. We met with some of the team from the district after the last school board meeting, and we've got it. Thankfully, we've got a negotiation session set for tomorrow. I expect we're going to get a lot closer than we have been. To be honest with you, despite sometimes I get up here and I ask, I may say some things and I may ask for some things. I'm a true optimist that as long as we keep talking, we're going to get to the end of the road. And it may, it's just sometimes it gets a little bumpy, but we'll cross the finish line. We'll do it together. We'll do it as a team. But sometimes we have to go through, certain growing pains. But, when I think about the end of the school year for a lot of people, this is actually the beginning in a lot of senses for a lot of our members and a lot of the employees in the school district. And when I say it's a beginning, it means that as soon, a lot of people think that when school shuts down for the year, like that everybody just turns the lights off in the building and go and they go to Aruba or somewhere on vacation. And that's not how it works, right? It's like as soon as the graduations are over and all of that, it's really effectively the start of the next school year, because it's all about getting the schools ready and prepared. There's still summer school going on. I think that we're feeding, if I'm not right, we're going to feed maybe more kids, more meals this summer than ever before. That's something to be proud of. And so while it appears as though this is the end, to me, it's just the beginning. It's the beginning of the next school year. And so I just, I don't have anything specific to come in front of you to ask for. I know that you guys are going to look at a proposed budget tonight. I haven't seen the budget. I understand it's been published online. For those of you that don't know, you guys are not going to get enough money from the state of California for everything that we need, unfortunately. But, AFSCME, we want to be a partner with the school district. We want to go to Sacramento. We want to lobby. There are more opportunities for us to work together to get the things that we need back in our home district. There's more opportunities to work together than the contract will be negotiated. We'll get by it. But we have to find opportunities of where can we work together to bring that money back to the community to help out our kids. And so, I want to offer that to the school district, that anything that we can do from AFSCME's perspective to work to do what we have to improve education. We want to be right there and partners with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now have ABCFT President Ray Gare. Nothing tonight. CSEA, do we have anybody from CSEA tonight? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into public comments.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section or prior to board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be more than 15 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to address the board, any non-English speaker who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to speak. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, the district does not verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be more than 6 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channel set forth in bylaw 9323. And Mr. President, we do have 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan, retired teacher from ABC. I taught 29 years at Ross Middle School. I'm here for year number 4 of speaking to you about my concerns regarding the use of Ross facilities as part of the Artesia DES bullfight, which is, as you probably know, it's the Saturday of the 3-day Memorial Day weekend every year. So again, this year I attended the bullfight. I spoke with the organizers. The good news is, happy to report, one of the organizers informed me that, because I had 2 concerns, one was the use of the athletic fields for the horses to be warmed up prior to the bullfight, and one of the organizers told me, well, we can no longer use the fields at Ross. And we know what that was about. So I said, okay, well, that's good. So congratulations, I appreciate, because I know that directive came from above. So that's the good news. The not so good news is the parking lot at Ross Middle School is still being used for the attendees of the bullfight. And I've explained to you that I don't believe that a public school district should be involved in a bullfight. I don't care what the tradition is. I know that bullfights are illegal in California, but there is an exemption if the bullfight is related to a religious event, which is part of the events that we're talking about here. But I just believe it's not appropriate. And I've said this before. I've talked to people who live in Artesia. I had a fella come up to me as I was standing on the sidewalk on May 23rd and tell me, look, hey man, he goes, I know I've seen you speaking to the board, and I just want you to know I'm a resident. My kids all went to school here in ABC, and I don't support this bullfight. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I know it's, I mean, yeah, you know, I kind of became the bad guy. I've been called a racist, and other words I can't repeat here, but that's all fine. I don't care about that. That's irrelevant. But I obtained this year a copy of the use of facilities agreement between ABCUSD and Artesia DES, and it explains what the stipulations are. Again, the other big event during this celebration is the soccer tournament. Very good tournament. I went last year and watched some really good players. But it stipulates that the Artesia or the Artesia DES can use the Ross Fields from 7 a.m. till 4 p.m. And it was on May 23rd and 24th. The bullfight was on the 23rd. At 4 p.m., the tournament was over on the 23rd. Everybody left. Gates were locked. And the parking lot at that time only had a few cars in it. By 5 p.m., the parking lot was full. By 6 p.m., the parking lot was more than full. People were double parked. People were parked in illegally outside of designated parking spaces. And the people who were parking there were attending the bullfight. So, 4 years of this, you don't acknowledge. For every year I bring it up, and I say, you're still using the facilities, and to me, that's inappropriate. And then the response every year is the same. Oh, we're not involved. Well, you are involved. They're using your facilities. If I go by the Ross Middle School parking lot on a Saturday night, is the parking lot open to the public? No. It's open to the public that Saturday night because of the bullfight. So, it is my opinion, it's still my opinion, for what it's worth, as a retired teacher from this district, you should have nothing to do with the bullfight.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Your 5 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Richard Lee. Hi, Mr. Lee, we need you to speak in the microphone so that everyone can hear you. Yeah, we need you. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I live in 6 houses away from the Helen Women's School. And I already heard Wayne High go to the Olympic science contest is number 6, number 7. Why? How could we help the Wayne High to be number 2 or number 3? Last year, my friend, Mr. Tan, he said 2 of his son in the program, nobody helped. But you check the other 6 schools ahead of Wayne High, how they prepare. I just wish they can do better job. Anybody can give me an answer or just pending? I think the president have some idea how to help. I think last year, I call school district. There's a doctor something. Oh, I'm in charge, but I didn't do anything. That's my answer. And I have experience. I talked with Wayne High School principal. I'm sorry. Parents in front of me, I cannot talk with you. I called the school district, the same answer. I'm sorry. Parents in front of me, I cannot answer you right now. I push nobody. Just Wayne High, whatever your ranking in California or nationwide, is good. But how to do better job in the Olympic science contest? You don't need to give me a question. You don't have to give me the answer. I'm fine. Just you figure out how to do it. And I watched your beginning film. There are 4 guys. Give me a footage. I'm in which school, which room. Don't blah, 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 blah. I don't know what they are doing. Right? Behavior something, TI something. Tell me which school, which room. Give them credit. Next time, next year, do the film. 4 people, 5 people. Which school he is helping? Which classroom? Very important for me. I don't want to sit there. Oh, just to make a movie. Right? Could be in Artesia, could be in whatever ABC school district. I just wish next year you put the footage there. That's all. I watch. I live in 6 houses away from Helen women. Both sides. The parents all have a hope. Oh, I always ask, what do you want your kids to be in the future? All different ideas. They invest here a lot of money, right? They even go to private school. Just, I'm proud to live here maybe 40 years. But the new parents is the future. They want to get more help from school district. I think the Heron women, every day is a gathering. What are you doing? You have internet. Why are you parking so often in front of my house? Right, internet. Why they keep bring the issue? Meeting. My God, 5, 6, 7, 8 meetings in 1 week. What's for? They have internet. Parents have to do their job. I think all school need a concern. I don't know. I only know the Heron women. Why always gathering for what? They have to prepare food. Parents cannot work. Should be efficiency. It's the AI age. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Lee, before you go, can I ask you for a favor? Can you write your telephone number on here so we can make sure the superintendent can get in touch with you?
You sure?
Yes, we're going to make sure she gets in touch with you.
Oh my God.
I promise you, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I was there 7, 8 gathering for what? Make a pollution.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. That
I'm from
concludes our
media.
public comments,
Be
Mr.
honest,
President.
I'm from media, equal time. But I just volunteer.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Welcome.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Consent calendar, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Is there anyone who wishes to remove any items to be considered separately? Board Member Nishi?
Yes, I'd like to pull 1.2, 1.3, and 2.5.
Board Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a quick question about 4.4C.
Okay, we'll start with Ernie's items.
Thank you. Regarding 1.2, we paid Continental Interpreting $325 an hour, but how much did we pay it last year, approximately, for that service?
So we spent less than $1,000 with them last year.
That was not that much money.
No.
Okay, great. Is Continental the same company that's doing the interpreting today, right now, or is it a different company?
No. So what we try and do for as many events and items as possible is use our own staff to do the interpreting or to do the translation. But sometimes staff is not available and the timeline is tight, or it's a larger setting and we need multiple translators. So that's when we would use this service.
Very good. Within our own staff, do we have Mandarin interpreters? Like tonight, if somebody had spoken a different, a Chinese language, would we be equipped to help them?
It depends on the night and if we would have people available. So for a night like tonight, our policy would have them let us know ahead of time so we could prepare and have someone here. And so that may be a reason we would use the service.
Okay, but if it's Spanish, they're automatically here.
Correct, because of our population.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's the only question with that one. With the 1.3 question regarding the MHPs, just seeing, are people expressing that it's an effective service that we are utilizing Care Solace? Do we have surveys?
We have data on Mr. Nishi regarding our usage.
That's
This is
not the same
1.3.
one. Different
Yes.
contract.
Oh, sorry. Which
It'd be
which one
Tuan.
are you referencing?
So maybe
1.3.
I think
It's Tuan.
Oh,
Care Solace. Yes, Care Solace.
sorry, Tuan.
It's all right.
Do we have metrics of success? In other
Thank
words,
you for the questions. Right. So the item is for 2 years, $110,000. So it's $55,000 a year, and the service will be to students and their families, also staff and their families. When our mental health professionals or our nurses, our psychologists, our counselors, if they see if there's a need from students for the services, they would refer them to Care Solace. Care Solace then will assign a case manager, if you will, to support the students and the families, to connect them with all the different services as they see fit, right? They do their own assessments and survey to ensure that the families who get the referrals are happy with the services. So they do on that. And out of the 293 cases, open cases that we were able to refer to Care Solace, the feedback was, in general, they're very positive with their service that they receive. So,
Okay.
so they act as a case manager, if you will, to support students and
So
families.
what I was looking for, we're getting positive metrics in terms of the results
Yes.
from this contract. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want to go too deep into it. 2.5, simple questions for school education and education team. What do the teachers actually get, or what does the substitute certificated staff actually get? So we pay them $289. What does the staff actually get?
Our substitute, our
Yes.
regular substitute teachers. Or are you talking about para educators?
Through the Scoot Education, there's a support. Daily rates for certificate staff are $289 and $317. That's not what, is that what the teachers get, or the particular staff is getting?
No, those costs that you're talking about are for substitutes. So certificated substitutes, and then also para educators. So teachers are on a different hourly rates.
Okay.
And so the teachers would be any kind of hourly rate that the teachers get is with students or a rate without students. Is that?
So is the $289 what the actual employee gets, or is it, maybe I got it wrong. Daily rates for substitute certificate staff is $289. So is that what we give the company, or is that what the actual certificated staff receive?
That's for our certificated staff.
Okay, so that's what they receive.
So
This-
there's two pieces with this.
Yes.
I think I understand what you're asking.
You know what I'm saying?
So we have to
There's how
pay
much
this rate,
the
but
company
part of
gets?
it the company keeps.
Correct.
The rates are different depending on what you do. Most of what we do with them is with our paraeducators and our behavior interventionists. So I would say that some of it,
So
it depends on the day to day, but it's probably closer to 300 that the teacher gets.
okay.
Paras, it's less because it's an hourly rate. So it'll be maybe like
Sort of-
$40 an hour.
I'm just trying to get daily rates for substitute certificate staff are $289. So is that what the employee is getting, or is that what the company is getting? That's the question. That's the only question I have.
So it depends on the chart. We're
Okay.
giving you a general amount, but based on that, if it's short term, it's the 289. If it's 317, we're telling you what we pay.
I know what we. So that's what I'm trying to say.
So, but
this
we
is what
can't.
We pay.
We don't know what they pay the employee.
Okay.
We don't control that.
All right.
And we're not allowed to try and hire or interact with their employees in that way.
But
Like
it's a public entity with public funds. We have the right to know where our public funds are going.
Correct.
So, I mean, the concern I have is this, just simple concern. We hire an outside company. It's like an Uber situation. I don't know if it's Uber. It's a good example, but this question is we pay an outside company to hire people, and if they're paying them nothing, that wouldn't be a great situation. I just want to make sure that when we hire the school education and education team, that we're not inappropriately. I mean, they wouldn't work for the company, but you know what I'm saying. I don't want there
Yes.
to be a huge differential between the people that we hire at our district. We pay them fair. We pay them what they're deserving, and then Scoot and education team may do better or worse. I have no idea.
So
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think as a whole, it's probably better, but there's a lot of different constraints. What I was trying to say is, for us to get into the weeds could be perceived as us trying to take their employees from them, and our contract says that we can't do that.
Well, yes, if we take their employees, that's probably inappropriate. But if we know what they're being paid, that is totally appropriate for a public entity to know.
Correct. So the amounts we have are what they tell us in the chart that their rates are.
Okay, I mean, okay to get this separately. I just somewhere along the line, I just want to make sure it's fair. That's all. I'm gonna vote yes, but I just want to make sure it's fair to the end person who's actually hired by these companies. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this question might go to Mr. Nguyen. So I kind of looked over it, and of all these items, are these items that we annually rent every year?
This is the total population. We may use some of these, but the county required that, for the year, if you were to use any of them at any given time, you have to get board approval.
Okay.
So we bring you the totality, the whole population, in case we need them.
In case,
We may
okay.
not need them at all.
Okay, I was just thinking maybe if we rent these annually, it might be better to just buy the item instead of renting it. So, but you answered my question. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes vote were cast for consent items 1.3C, 3.1C, 3.2C, 3.7C without any additional comments. If there's no other questions or comments, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Timed item. May I have a motion to open public hearing for Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, for the preliminary budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year?
So move, McCatton.
Second, Rosa.
Dr. Castro and Mr. Nguyen.
All right, good evening. I am happy to be able to present our annual LCAP review. You'll see that we have a number of presenters this evening. These representatives for each goal exemplify the celebration of the work that has been conducted throughout the year on these 4 goals. I will be providing you different areas to look at, but one of the major things that we're looking at is where have we had successes this year and what have been some of our challenges and how do we plan to address that for the coming school year. As a reminder, we just ended year 2 of a 3-year plan. Next year is the last of this existing 3-year LCAP. And so without further ado, we'll begin our presentation with an overview. Just for your reference, you have the 215-page document that's required by the state. It has been pre-approved by LACO, so that's good news. This has been translated into Spanish and it is posted on the website. You also should have the ABC Educational Partners Guide. This one is more of like a summary review, so it's a little bit of an easier read if you don't want to read the 215 page. This is also available on the website, and it is also available in Spanish. Before we get started, as I mentioned, this is a celebration of our work. And so first of all, I'd just like to thank Mr. Mike Lawrence, the Director of IT, who I started collaborating with all of our directors in our departments on our various LCAP stories. We were able to complete 9 this year. And the picture of the 2 gentlemen you see in the middle, that's Steven Silpa and Ryan Miller. Those are our videographers, our graphic, designers. They really made these videos look top-notch professional. And so if we could give them a round of applause and a thank you. They're not here this evening, but I just wanted to acknowledge their work. All right, in this presentation, there's 4 parts. The first part is just to go over the required components of the LCAP. The second part is to talk about the engagement of our educational partners. The third part is to go over the challenges and successes of our 3 broad goals and our 1 focus goal area, and that's what each of our directors will be going over with their educational partner. After part 3, we're going to pause for a few Q&A from our board, and then we'll move on to part 4, which is a budget overview by Mr. Nguyen. So the required components, that's what is required to be put into this LCAP book. In this LCAP book, you'll see that there's an LCFF budget overview for parents that is to provide more transparency for our families about the differences between our base funds and our supplemental funds and how we plan to use those actions and activities to meet our goals. There's the LCAP plan summary. In that summary, there's 4 specific questions that we are required to answer for the state. And those questions include such things as how did you implement these activities? Were there budgetary differences in how you implement it? Were these actions effective? What were your successes and challenges? And what are you going to change for the following year? We also have to describe how we engaged our various educational partners in the process of providing input throughout the year in our LCAP. We have to report both state required metrics and local metrics. Local metrics meaning like our benchmarks, our survey results, things that we get to choose. And then the state metrics are things like our CASP scores, our A through G rates, our chronic absenteeism. There's a description of the goals and actions with an analysis. And then we also have to describe how our services in our supplemental are increasing or improving for foster youth, low income, and English learners. As a reminder, the 4 focus goals that we're going to talk about are specifically designed to address those student groups. This is our supplemental funds and not our base funds, which is for our entire district. As you can see, for our annual LCAP timeline, we are in the June timeline where we have a public hearing. At the next board meeting, we'll be asked to consider adopting it, and then you will also get a report on our local indicators. That's part of our California dashboard. All this timeline is really important because we're trying to make sure that by July 1st, we have full approval from the county in order to be able to start implementing the plan for the following school year, which begins in August. All right, so now I'm going to refer to our Educational Partners Guide. Our Educational Partners Guide is written so that each goal section is very similar in nature. It always gives you information on what did the students say about that particular goal and what they experienced. And you can see that through survey results, but also through our student voice forums where we actually are able to interview students and talk to them about their experiences with programs. You'll also see what do our parents say. Similarly, we have parent survey results, but we have a very strong LCAP PAC community, our parent advisory community. that is part of the group that gives us feedback on our LCAP. We meet 4 times a year. And then it also has what does staff say. So that's our labor partners who provide us input either through surveys or through in-person meetings on their experiences around some of these programs and services. And that's all summarized in this document here. This document also gives a summary of some of the new activities based on that data and input, much of which we'll go over with you today. We'll talk about key actions by goal. We'll talk about our LCAP metrics, educational partners input, and our proposed budget. You can see there the vast amount of work that we've collected, over 4,000 kids survey participants, over 4,000 parent survey results, 31 student voice forums. In each voice forum, there are approximately anywhere from 7 to 12 students, so you can multiply that number and see a large number of student data collected, and 12 different educational partner groups, including our Hispanic Latino Foundation, our Black Family Circle, and as I mentioned, our LCAP PAC as well. And this is just in some quick pictures of our LCAP PAC. As you can see, it's a very interactive meeting. We don't just talk at our parents and present. They actually go up. They're able to interact with staff in both English and Spanish. They're able to get an update on the metrics of where we're at, ask questions, and provide us input on what they think we should be prioritizing as a district. And we take that information and compile it with what our teachers have said and our students have said in order to prioritize our actions and activities. So for the purposes of the first part of the presentation for part 3, we're going to talk about our 3 broad goals. So 3 broad goals are goal number 1, accelerating academic achievement, goal number 2, connectedness with the school environment, and goal number 3, college and career readiness. And as you can see, we have a number of not only staff, but parents, students, and our directors here to present. So starting with goal number 1, I'm going to have Dr. Greg Francois begin our presentation.
Good evening. So for goal 1, we're really excited to have representatives from different parts of academic services. So you see representatives from elementary, myself from secondary, and we're really thrilled to have a parent here to hear her perspective as well. So as Dr. Castro shared, for goal 1, the goal is accelerating academic achievement for all with the implementation of the 4 pillars of our instructional framework. And those 4 areas are listed there in front of you. For environment, so we look at things like summer school, focus on quality resources and experiences like STEM activities for students. For engagement, fostering those evidence-based Tier 1 practices, those instructional strategies that we know are effective to support our English learners is an example of that. For the evaluation of learning, that's our progress monitoring piece. And for our empowerment, looking to enhance staff capacity through tech and support and high-quality professional learning. For our next slide, we have our math instructional coach is going to highlight some success from goal 1.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Good evening, members of the board, audience members. My name is Terry Gillum. I'm one of the math coaches here at ABC. And this slide highlights the positive outcomes that we see in our mathematics as we measure through our benchmark assessments. When we refer to the growth from baseline on this slide, we're comparing student performance from the beginning of the year diagnostic from 2024 to their most recent benchmarks at the end of this year. In other words, we are measuring how much a student has grown academically over time rather than waiting for a single event or a test. Our largest gains were seen in low-income students who showed a 17.7% increase from their baseline performance, followed by growth among Hispanic students with a 16.3% increase, foster youth who demonstrated a nearly 12% growth. Additionally, homeless students, English learners, and students with disabilities all showed positive growth in the same time frame. Sorry. This is my first time, so I'm like, These results suggest that our efforts in using data to inform classroom instructions and provide targeted supports are helping our students make meaningful academic progress. Thank you.
So another highlight from our educational partners, our parents. where Dr. Castro shared some of those numbers with you just before. And so a couple highlights I want to share was one, the question on school has high expectations for all students. At 92%, we maintained at elementary. However, we have an 88% for secondary, which we saw a 2% increase. In terms of school staff communicating learner goals, was a definite strength in elementary at 94% with 5% increase. We also saw an increase with secondary with 2% growth there as well. So this time I'd like to introduce our elementary representative, Mrs. Nanez, and she's going to highlight some Goal 1 challenges.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Maria Nanez, and I serve as an implementation coach at the elementary level with a focus on literacy. So I just wanted to go over some of the challenges that we are facing head on in our curriculum department and kind of what the plan is to tackle those challenges. So we are really working on building teacher capacity. We know that the number one way to get student success is through capacitating our teachers and making sure that they're competent and confident in their teaching practices. So that is our mission. This year, we had 200 teachers across grades, kindergarten through third grade, who completed professional learning in structured literacy. And we had an intensive focus on foundational skills instruction. And we've also introduced the UFly curriculum, which I know some of you have had a chance to come out and observe in our classrooms. And we already are seeing some really positive changes with that. Next year, we're excited to scale this professional learning plan upward to include 4th and 5th grade teachers, ensuring that there's alignment across all grade levels. And those are the grades those teachers have kind of been saying, when is it our turn? So we're excited to include them next year. Now, we know that, there's more. We know that in addition to quality professional development, that good coaching can really improve teacher skills and then student outcomes. So our coaching team has been receiving training in student-centered coaching, and they continue that professional development. They have completed this year a total of 71 complete coaching cycles, but there are also many more coaching cycles, like we call them mini coaching cycles, that are conducted throughout the year, and those coaches are also there to support teachers as needed. And we know this is an area that we need to improve if we want to really see improvements in student outcomes. We're going to have to grow that coaching capacity somehow. This year was all about setting clear baselines and to start tracking implementation. So we want to see, where is our professional learning going after it leaves the district office and it ends up in school sites. So to see how our professional learning is brought to life in our classrooms, we looked at two things: teacher self-reporting surveys and non-evaluative classroom walkthroughs. We specifically wanted to see our structured literacy routines and the UFly Foundation's program in action. So our data currently, and this is our baseline, shows 52% of K through second grade teachers who are fully implementing structured literacy to fidelity. So that's the key word. Fidelity means that they are fully implementing all components of structured literacy, which is a tall order, especially as they're just getting started. So we hope to see that number continue to increase through continued professional learning and coaching. We've also seen beyond the 52% as we go around and visit classrooms, we're seeing improved routines, we've seen increased student engagement, and we're also seeing an excitement in our educators. So they're learning the most recent research-backed strategies and tools, and many are just energized by that new learning. So as we look at some data, we have seen that our proficiency rates over the last couple years have kind of remained the same. So you can see those percentages there for kinder through first, second, and third through sixth grade students. So this is on the STAR Early Literacy or STAR Reading benchmarks. So we are hoping that with the investment that we've made in professional learning and in coaching, that we will eventually see these numbers start to improve or start to gain. It's often found that implementation and fidelity comes first, and then over time you see the student outcomes. So we're laying the foundation, we're doing that hard work, and we're excited to continue that in the next couple years. The challenges that we've identified, like I said, we have that limited coaching capacity, which is just a reality of where we are right now budget-wise. But our coaches are working very hard to try to reach as many teachers as they can. We also want to improve that fidelity of implementation, so we'll continue to work on that through our training and through coaching. We noticed an inconsistent use of progress monitoring, especially in reading. So our team is actively working to identify the best measures, the best tools to track student reading progress. And we're consulting with different experts in the field to help us identify those. And then we'll be able to share those with teachers and hopefully get some streamlined progress monitoring so we can really identify students' needs and then respond quickly with the correct support. The lack of collaboration time has definitely been a detriment in the last year. This is something you hear a lot from teachers and from principals, is that it's just hard to get some of this work done without a common planning collaboration time for our teachers. So hopefully that's something that we can provide more of in the coming year. So that's an overview of some of the challenges. We definitely want to continue our work, and we're excited to bring on more teachers in learning and building that foundation. Now I'm pleased to turn it over to Mrs. Areli Mendoza. She's an ABC parent who has participated in our district DLAC and the Migrant Ed PAC. And she's going to share our parent partners' input on our goal.
Buenas noches a todos, buenas noches miembros del board. Mi nombre es Areli Mendoza y este es mi segundo año participando en las reuniones de el PAC, y quiero comenzar agradeciendo la oportunidad de estar aquí y de poder representar no solo mi voz, sino también la voz de muchas familias de nuestra comunidad. A lo largo de este tiempo he sentido que mi opinión realmente es escuchada. También participo en DLAC y en el programa Migrante, y en todos estos espacios he visto cómo los padres compartimos las mismas preocupaciones y los mismos deseos de nuestros hijos, que tengan mejores oportunidades para aprender, crecer y alcanzar sus metas. Uno de los temas que más he escuchado en las reuniones y conversaciones con otros padres es la necesidad de poder poner un mayor enfoque en la escritura. Como padres sabemos que escribir va mucho más allá de completar una tarea. La escritura ayuda a nuestros hijos a expresar sus pensamientos, comunicar sus ideas con confianza y desarrollar habilidades que les servirán durante toda su vida. Nos gustaría ver más oportunidades para que los estudiantes practiquen la escritura en todos los grados y en todas las materias, incluyendo la preparatoria. Sabemos que mientras más escriban, mejor preparados estarán para la universidad, para una carrera profesional y para enfrentar los desafíos del futuro. Otro tema que constantemente escuchamos es la necesidad de más apoyo en matemáticas. Muchos padres han expresado su preocupación porque algunos estudiantes necesitan ayuda adicional para comprender conceptos importantes y mantenerse al nivel esperado. Nos gustaría ver más tutorías y recursos de apoyo que les permitan fortalecer sus habilidades y sentirse más seguros en esta materia. Cuando un estudiante recibe el apoyo adecuado, no solo mejora académicamente, también aumenta su confianza en sí mismo. Lo que más valoro de estos comités es que nos permiten trabajar juntos. Como padres, queremos ser parte de la solución y colaborar con nuestras escuelas para apoyar el éxito de todos los estudiantes. Al igual que muchos otros padres, he podido comprobar que nuestra voz sí cuenta y que nuestras opiniones son tomadas en consideración. Gracias por escuchar nuestras inquietudes y por seguir creando espacios donde las familias podemos participar activamente en la educación de nuestros hijos. Juntos podemos continuar construyendo un mejor futuro para todos nuestros estudiantes. Muchas gracias.
Mr. Lee is coming.
Hi.
It's coming, Mr. Lee.
Hi, I'm here. I'm translating for her. No problem. You're welcome. Well, we're going to do it differently because she needs to speak first and then I'm next. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And I'm just going to read. She make it so easy for me. Hi, everyone. My name is Areli Mendoza, and this is my second year participating in the LCAP PAC meetings, and I would like to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to be here and to represent not only my voice, but also the voices of many families in our community. Through this time, I have thoroughly felt that my opinion is heard and valued. And I'm also involved in DLAC and the Migrant Education Program. And through these groups, I have seen that many parents have shared the same concerns and the same hopes that our children have the best opportunities to learn, grow, and achieve their goals. One of the topics I have heard most often in meetings and conversation with other parents is the need for a stronger focus on writing as parents. The letters are too small, sorry. I need my glasses. As parents, we need the writing is much more than completing an assignment. Writing helps our children express their thoughts, communicate their ideas with confidence, and develop skills that will benefit them through their lives. We would like to see more opportunities for students to practice writing across all grade levels and all subject areas, including high school. We believe that more students write, the better prepare, and they will be better for college and future careers and their challenges they will face in life. Another concern that has been consistently raised is the need for additional support in math. Many parents have expressed that some students that need extra help to fully understand important concepts and stay on track academically. We would like to see more tutoring opportunities and academic support programs that help students train their math skills and build confidence in their abilities. When a student receives the support they need, they not only improve academically, but also gain confidence in themselves. What I value most about these committees is that they allow us to work together as parents. We want to be part of the solution and collaborate with our schools to support the success of all students, like many other parents. I have seen that our voices matter and that our input is taken in consideration. Thank you for listening to our concerns and for continuing to create spaces where families can actively participate in their children's education. Together, we can continue building a brighter future for all and our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So in getting that partner feedback and that parent input, one of the areas where our partners have said they would like to see us improve is more literacy support, especially in writing. So our department has responded by establishing some professional learning. It's titled Writing Across Content Areas. And this professional development is targeted at 5 specific elementary schools. And the focus is to build students' writing skills in not just in language arts, but also in math, in science, in social studies. So all of those areas that they'll need, not just to pass a test, but also to be successful in life. And then we are excited to pilot some summer writing camps this summer. So the summer writing camps will really help students. It's an enrichment opportunity so that students can, be with other students who enjoy writing or who might need some support in writing. And so we hope that that increases students' access to quality writing instruction.
And for the secondary world, one of our key initiatives for the upcoming year is a support for writing as well. And so for us, it's going to be, we took a very strategic approach. And what subject can we ensure that every kid goes so the teachers will get that instruction? And so that's going to be social studies. So no matter if the student's an LTEL, EL, special ed, they all will have social studies. So we have training planned for all secondary social studies teachers for the upcoming year for middle school as well as high school. And support for math, one of the things we're really excited about is all of our teachers will receive math framework training, which is really great for the fall. So one of the things that we know, one of the best things that we can do is ensure that we're providing first best high quality instruction to ensure everyone's on the same page. And so one caveat for math framework training that will take place in the fall, we also have a dedicated day for the administrators, for them to be trained as well. And so the great thing about that, so there'll be another way for them to have those classroom look-fors and have ways that they can support all of their teachers on their campuses.
Hello again. I broke it. Okay. I'll promise I'll try to do better this time. So one example that Dr. DeFranco was talking about is this last year we had a dedicated district mathematics task force. And the math task force was the first group to go through the framework training, and they were kind of like our guinea pigs. So we got to see like what readings really kind of hit home with them, what things did they find was the most beneficial. Also during this framework trainings, we discussed our instructional practices in math. A lot of the schools, or as a matter of fact, all the schools have a writing goal. So we talked about in math, how can we bring that into math? A lot of times people want to think it's solve this problem, get this formula, but how do we get our kids writing in math? How do we get them to share their thinking on a pen? We also gathered feedback from a lot of the schools, the high schools, and one of the things that came up was examining pathways to get kids into our more advanced math courses. These conversations focused on creating equitable grading practices, multiple entry points to access higher level math courses, and ensuring our students have the academic foundation and supports necessary for long-term success. If you look at the slide in front of you, you'll see a picture. These were the representatives from all of our high schools, and we were discussing and planning that at this moment. We are switching from an integrated pathway back to a traditional pathway. So in high school, instead of math 1, math 2, math 3, it'll be more of a traditional algebra 1, geometry, algebra 2. And this was a whole day event where we sat back and looked, how do we ensure that we don't leave any students behind? And then moving forward, how do we make sure that that student who develops a little bit later in life can get to those courses that he wants to take. So we're trying to find our best options, not to make sure that students aren't blocked out of anything because we didn't identify him as an honor student in 8th grade. Additionally, we expanded opportunities for teachers to collaborate around student data through planning days that were done on sites and sometimes after school at the district, where we looked at the benchmark data and we said what worked, what didn't. These structures allowed teachers to analyze student learning, identifying areas of needs, and make informed instructional decisions. Together, these efforts demonstrate how our partner feedback was translated into actions by strengthening our systems of monitoring learning, supporting teachers, and expanding opportunities for all of our students. Thank you.
So in response to our parents asking for stronger systems for monitoring, as my colleague just shared, so one, we've begun those conversations about equitable grading policies and practices. And those conversations have begun with administrators as well. And so one of the things that we'll do is springboard into next school year and forming a committee, our diverse partners, to begin having those discussions going on that road to improve our grading policy and practices. So at this time, I'd like to go in and introduce Dr. Lozano and Dr. Lois, who are going to highlight goal number 2.
Good evening. As we know, you could have all the greatest academic programs and instruction, but if students aren't connected to school and aren't attending to school and showing positive school behaviors, it's all for naught. So goal number 2 really focuses on our students feeling connected to school, feeling safe, feeling welcome, being in an environment they want to attend regularly, and graduate from our high schools and enter the post-secondary world. That's the focus of connectedness. We look to support students through well-being, through counseling offered by our MHPs, interventions, wraparound services. In the attendance domain, we look to reduce barriers to attendance, and there are many more in the post-COVID world. So we look to reduce those, engage our families in positive manners around attendance, and overall strengthening the attendance patterns in our district, along with fostering belonging. Are our schools safe? Are they inclusive? Are they welcoming environments? The work we do around that area, and also our partnerships, realizing that we do not work in silos. How do we engage our families? How do we engage our community partners? One of the key metrics in connectedness, when you look at the California School Dashboard, is our chronic absenteeism measure. And as you know, chronic absenteeism is measured by any student that misses, at a minimum, 10% of the school year. So 10% and beyond, you're chronically absent. And we've been tracking this data since the 2022-2023 school year. And as you could see, we've had a marked improvement with many of our student groups at the end of last year, because we look at the measure at the end of every school year. So pretty soon we'll have this year's data come August or September or October, whenever the state releases the official count. I'd like to introduce at this time Ms. Juana Mata. She works in our CWA unit as a coordinator of attendance. And she's going to share a little bit about the work that we do as a district around attendance.
Good evening. So strong attendance leads to an increased sense of school connectedness and belonging. The school engagement ultimately leads to improved academic outcomes. Some district-wide initiatives include an attendance awareness campaign very early on in the school year, and our newly implemented attendance challenges throughout the school year. At the school site level, our student attendance review teams provide positive supports. They focus on progress and encouragement. When the school sites meet with students and their families to discuss attendance concerns, rather than being punitive, the school site focuses on problem solving and offers supportive strategies and resources that work for the student and their family's unique needs. So these partnerships build trust and ultimately lead to positive attendance outcomes in which families feel seen, heard, and supported. Another way that we provide supports is doing home visits, consultations, and again, this is a partnership approach, problem solving together. Another goal that we have in order to reduce the chronic absenteeism is a targeted assistance to 6 of our school sites. We meet with their attendance teams quarterly. We do improvement science, plan, do, study, act cycles, and these cycles are focused on improving attendance. Plans are developed with students, collaborative with families and other partners, which can include teachers, school counselors, nurses, administrators, case managers, and they identify and remove barriers. Another intervention that we have, which is a more tier 3 level, is our school attendance review board, which works with our highest attendance needs students. And again, this is not a punitive approach, but more of a problem solving. We meet with our families and we address their barriers and provide different supports and strategies that can remove those barriers and increase their attendance. Thank you.
Another key measure that we track is how safe our students feel at school, and that's a survey through the California Healthy Kids Survey every spring. As you can see in the data there, the vast majority of our students feel safe when they come to school. 82% of our elementary students and 72% of our secondary students, and those are increases from the previous year's data. And that's due to the work of all of our staff members, our classified staff, individuals such as our student intervention assistants, our noon supervisors, our secretaries. Everybody at the school works towards this. Our teachers and our administrators, our MHPs and our counselors. We have great schools with great employees and great students, and our kids feel safe in school, which is a great metric. With that, I want to turn it over to Dr. Myra Lozano, who's the Director of School Services, and she'll speak a little bit about the work that's taking place in her department.
Good evening. So I have the pleasure of having with me Anna Chipman, who is our behavior specialist. She is our BCBA. She actually leads and supports. We have a small but mighty team for behavior aids, and we support our regular ed students to support especially on the behavior aspect of things. I think so important for us to understand that connectedness is not one person's job, it's the entire school community. Classified, certificated staff who has to really ensure that students do know that everyone who's there cares about them, sees them, and wants what's best for them. And then that we all know all of the supports that we can provide. I think one of the great things that happens with LCAP and LCAP review is the opportunity to review is what we're doing working. Do we have to look at things that we need to improve upon? Before I jump into some of the challenges, I did want Anna to just share with you the great work that we're able to do in collaboration with our teams at the sites.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, I'm Anna Chipman. I'm a behavior specialist with School Services. We have a wonderful behavior team, which is including myself and also 4 behavior aides. And I'd like to share that we have really been excited and we've loved that the sites have been so welcoming. So they've really welcomed us onto their campuses. As you can see, it says 50 individual consultation cases. It's actually gone up since then to 67. So that just shows that they are wanting us there. They're collaborating with us. With that consultation, that includes us doing that whole group, like general management types of supports, our tier 1, more the foundational supports. And it also includes more student-specific supports, where we're really looking at the needs of that individual student and then how do we support them so that they could be more successful. So that's where you'll see 36 positive behavior management plans. So those plans are very collaborative. We are not working on our own. We're not coming in there and telling teachers what to do because that's not how plans work. We're coming in there, we're collecting data, we're meeting with the teachers, we're meeting in student success teams so that we can collaborate with the admin, the MHPs on campus. So it's very collaborative. We definitely have parents a part of that because they are a very key member, and we're creating systems and plans where we can really address that behavior. Why is that behavior occurring? What can we provide them as far as those preventative strategies, but also teaching like replacement behaviors, right? What can we do differently to get our needs met? And then what do we do to respond to those behaviors once they do occur? Because we know we can have the best systems in place, but kids are gonna, humans are gonna be humans and they're gonna have behaviors. And I always say, like, the brain doesn't fully develop till 26. And I think about how young our kids are. and they are just growing, they're learning. And so we really got to think about how do we support them. And supporting one student supports the whole class. So that is really important. And then you'll see also that plus 175, we are definitely doing a lot of trainings this year. I've been able to support with the de-escalation strategies. So like, hey, this behavior's happened. What do we do to get that student back to a calm state, right? So that they're safe, others are safe, the teacher can keep on teaching. And then also looking at preventative strategies, right? Looking at our like tier 1, our just foundational supports, like best classroom management systems, looking at evidence-based strategies so that we have those in place, because that's our foundation. Without that, we can't really move on to tier 2. But we also are going more into the tier 2 realm as well, really looking at like student support for that individual student, and really looking at training with the tier 2 as well, so that teachers understand what an intervention should look like to really address that specific behavior. So it's been great. I've really enjoyed our trainings. We've been able to do after school trainings so that we're not interrupting the school day. We're also able to push in. And there's been lots of sites that have welcomed me into their staff meetings, which I love to be a part of those, because that's where we really get to collaborate with the whole team and we could address things that are more site specific. So I'm hoping to do more of those type of trainings because I really have enjoyed that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. So like I was saying, as we look at this information, how does this connect to student success? And so we are tying it to, of course, reducing suspension. So we know, again, connectedness we should be able to see better academic outcomes, better attendance, and of course, a decrease in suspensions. And so one of the things that we've reflected upon is that there is a lot of good work going on, but we still have to improve our fidelity to practices. And so one of the things that we're planning on doing, working with our staff, is to really engage in that where we can come in and really have more conversations about their student success team efforts. Like I said, everyone needs to be involved. There's different needs that they may have. And regarding tier 1, that means do we have all of us, do we know what are those universal supports that we know research-based tells us those are the best practices that we should have. And we know, as you heard from Anna, our teachers do want to implement best practices. Sometimes what they need is that modeling and support. Our tier 2 interventions are those supplemental supports. So if we make sure that we have our tier 1s in place, there will be some students that do need that additional support. So the behavior management plan that we discussed, that is considered a tier 2 support. And so that inconsistent implementation of our supports is something that we're going to be definitely working with our teams. And so one of the things that we do in school services, and one of the things that Dr. Lois and I are going to be looking is really triangulating the data of the discipline, the referrals, the students that are being brought forth, to ensure that we are utilizing all of the supports that we have, whether it's our behavior support, whether it's support with our mental health professionals, even, some of our students that may need health support. And so it goes back to, again, whole child support and ensuring that everyone at the site is able to support our students. Another area, when it comes to the suspension, we really have to reflect on those restorative practices. This is the reality. Students are going to make mistakes, but the adults, we have to be able to have a mindset where we are understanding that how we're collaborating with our students is going to make a difference. And it is true that at times we still may have a mindset that is punitive. And we expect students to, you should know already, and you're in this grade level, why should I be teaching you? I think when it comes to students throughout, and I think even as adults, there's always opportunities to learn. And so a focus on restorative practice, it's at the early stages, but we're definitely going to be working on that. Finally, just some of the partner feedback, as the parent mentioned, I want to say it's very rewarding to see the group of parents that are so invested. I can tell you that one of the things that I've heard many times when they come to our section of connectedness is that they do realize times have changed. We have a lot of stress in our families. There's a lot going on in our country. and they see how their students sometimes are struggling. I can tell you that many of them are very appreciative of the supports we do have. But they also speak about the mindset of the entire school, that's exactly what we want to make sure that it's happening everywhere at all our schools with all our staff. And so we definitely are going to continue with our professional learning on behavior practices. We are strengthening our PBIS and restorative practices as a framework. It shouldn't be two things. It actually goes connected. Regarding the suspension, sometimes our most vulnerable students have gone through a lot of trauma. And so at times it's easy to use the word, but we really need to dive in and understand what has happened for the student to be at the place they're at, and for us to be understanding to bring in that support. And so we understand too that with the pressure of, we want to make sure that all of the academics are there. This is an area where we want to provide that support so that our staff understands, what are best practices on trauma informed. Again, it's a whole child approach and prioritizing student success teams for our most vulnerable students. And so definitely our homeless and foster youth are an important group for us that we want to continue to see growth in that in all areas. And I think that's it for me. I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Lawrence, IT Director, and Mr. Edwin Vasquez, CTE Coordinator.
Good evening, President Noyola, Vice President Yokohama Bui, and members of the board. I have the pleasure of talking about college and career. Goal 3 represents 12 actions focused on increasing college and career readiness for all ABC students. As shown on the slide, our work is organized with around 4 key areas: exploration, preparation, pathways, and support. The 12 actions help ensure students have access to the experiences, coursework, and guidance needed to prepare for life and for life after graduation. Some of the ways we accomplish this is by ensuring students are exposed to various careers early on. We also are working to ensure students are academically planning ahead to ensure they have the coursework to meet those goals. And we're also providing multiple different pathways now for students to reach post-secondary success. Our goal is to continue to remove barriers for these students and continue to provide guidance in specialized ways. Moving on to our successes, one of the state's key measures is the College and Career Indicator, or how we know it as CCI. This measure looks at how many students graduate prepared for college, career, military, or other post-secondary successes. While we saw growth across the district, foster youth and Hispanic students demonstrated the greatest strengths. Foster youth increased nearly 29%, followed by Hispanic students who increased by almost 12%. These results show that more students are graduating with the preparation needed for success. We also expanded access to opportunities across the district. All 19 elementary schools received at least one high-quality CTE experience, helping students begin exploring future careers earlier on. At the secondary level, we saw a 2% increase in AP and CTE district-wide enrollment, and we also had a huge increase in special education completers at 7%. Average students achieved a 100% graduation rate. We had 17 students graduate with AA degrees and over 400 students earning the seal of biliteracy, representing 30% of our senior class. Among our English learners specifically, they also met the CCI. 52% of them met it through AP coursework, and 71% met it through A through G requirements. While we have made some significant progress, we've also had some challenges to overcome. The end of one-time funds is requiring us to plan ahead, as we have reduced funding for advising support staff. So the secondary curriculum team, as well as the special programs team, we are working on making sure that the English learner specialized services continue and are maintained as funding ends. We also continue to refine our structures and support for our dual language immersion program. We've recently been marketing it and encouraging students, not only through our high school, but also through our dual enrollment program. We have multiple opportunities for students to earn that seal of biliteracy, and there's a special pathway for the students in the DLI program. In addition, we also have seen some reduction in certain sections, one being an AVID. Although we do see that in our master schedules, we are working to still provide students and supports and working to increase enrollment in AVID, as it's a program that strongly supports student achievement and college readiness. For the next slide, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Lawrence, and he's going to speak a little bit more and then introduce our partners for additional feedback.
Thank you, Edwin. It's good to see all of you tonight. As we've seen in the other two goals, we heard from our partners, our community, our parents, and others, and we listened and we responded. And so we made some adjustments to the plan. So here to talk about how the impact of some of those changes are, I want to introduce Ishan Patil. Ishan Patil is the chair of our DUE committee, or Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee. And oh, by the way, he's also a student. He's a junior at Cerritos High School. Here you go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ishan Patil. I'm a rising senior and the chairperson of our DUE committee. So I wanted to quickly touch on how my school's administration and our counselors have helped us with college and career readiness. And specifically in two ways. The first way is through letting us know of certain opportunities, right? And whether that be AP courses, dual enrollment courses, CTE courses, or even scholarship opportunities, and through emails or even through personalized recommendations for certain opportunities in one-on-one meetings. Our counselors have been extremely helpful in my experience and in the experience of many of my peers in getting access to various opportunities that we would not have known about in the past, right? And I think the biggest barrier to students actually achieving such opportunities is the lack of knowledge. So I think that's where counselors and school admin have been extremely helpful. And then the other way is just providing overall guidance on college and career plans. For example, earlier this year, when I was deciding my courses for senior year, I was struggling because I wasn't too sure about my intended major and my intended career plans. So I was able to get a lot of advice, a lot of recommendations from my school counselor on ways to kind of explore different careers, explore different career paths, and then make my decisions accordingly. So I think that's a very helpful aspect of our district's work on college and career readiness. And then to kind of tie that into reducing testing fatigue as seen in Action 3.3, I think it is very, very appreciated by students that our schools and districts are recognizing student stress, especially during times of AP exams, final exams, or state testing, and kind of accommodating in those ways, whether it be through reducing coursework, asking teachers to be more flexible, or referring us to different ways to talk to people on campus. I think our district is doing an amazing job in addressing that. And overall, our district is doing an incredible job on preparing our students for college and career pathways. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ishan. Always difficult following a student. I want to hit a couple of points, and then I'll introduce our next partner. One of the bullets here you see is AI literacy and responsible use. As you saw at your last board meeting, we gathered together a task force. It was called the Future Ready Task Force. It had two teams. One was focused on digital well-being, in which we partnered with our Goal 2 team to make sure that we were providing a balanced approach for the use of technology. And the second team was focused on AI fluency. And you saw the results of that at the last board meeting, the guidance update that we have from 2026. We also rolled out additional AI training all throughout the year to respond to this request, and provided at our Winter PL in January some significant AI training. And tomorrow we're actually launching another piece of the AI Literacy Task Force team's result, which is called the AI Ambassador Certification Program. 34 teachers from across the district, representing nearly every site, will gather together and become AI literate in their own roles at those school sites through a program that was developed by the AI fluency half of that task force. So there's more to come. We've got training scheduled throughout the summer, and of course, there'll be a lot of offerings on AI at the summer PL. To speak further on some of the technology supports that we offer is a member of my own team. Anna Brooks is a technology assistant, and you saw her along with Anna Chipman featured in the video tonight. So I want to introduce Anna Brooks.
Good evening. I just wanted to briefly, sorry, I just lost my notes. To briefly share with you some highlights on how we've implemented to address barriers in technology. One example would be EdTech guidance. In alignment with recent EdTech advancements and to reflect the growth of artificial intelligence, IT has successfully restructured its digital citizenship and literacy framework last year to embed critical artificial intelligence literacy and guidance. This update empowers users to develop skills that complement AI, such as creativity and complex problem solving, rather than using it as a crutch and an end-all be-all type thing. With device distribution, funding is allocated to purchase one-to-one devices and hardware such as Chromebooks and iPads, ensuring that every student has the tools they need to access digital curriculum. Our growth went from 52% to 86% on the one-to-one deployment this year. Technology assistants such as myself, I'm one of a team of 9, and we act as a bridge between complex digital tools and students' everyday learning experience. As a technology assistant, I assist students in accessing the curriculum platforms and managing credentials, troubleshooting basic hardware, software issues, and training students on how to navigate software. And even the teachers, sometimes they get new software or hardware, and we have to guide them by holding their hand sometimes, and that's okay. For example, some of the software is Clever, which is a single sign-on portal, and it allows students and teachers and other school staff to just log in with using a single set of credentials, and then that gets them in. And then we also guide the teachers with what to put on their Clever page and explaining how that works. We tailor application downloads for each site or grade level, depending on their needs. And troubleshooting, we can do anywhere from error analysis, user error issues, link verifications, app updates, so pushing mandatory apps out to prevent any software issues or crashes. We do a lot of credential management, platform login, those people who always tend to forget their password. We do that on a daily basis, multiple times a day. And device provisioning, browser maintenance, and the basic technology needs on a day-to-day basis. As technology assistants, we make it a priority to dedicate time, personalized support to every member of the district community, providing exceptional customer service. That is our main goal, is to always make sure, at least that's my main goal, I could speak for myself, to provide excellent customer service, always with a smile, have patience, and a good listening ear, because there's some people who are afraid of technology. But we provide that guidance, and I try my best to take it very slowly and make them feel that they're heard and that everyone struggles no matter what. I struggle. I learn technology every day. It's an ongoing, educational thing. So, and just make sure that everyone has all that they need in order to be successful with technology. Thank you.
All right, and lastly, we're just going to talk about the successes that we had in goals 3.1 and 3.2. We're currently offering various programs specifically to our special populations. Especially this summer, we currently have a long-term English learner college and career experience going on right now. We also have various recruitment efforts with our CTE counselors to ensure that our summer programs have our ELs, foster youth, and have those opportunities to take those classes over the summer. Many of those students have impacted schedules, and they're not able to do that during the day. So with the expansion of CTE in summer school, we've been able to target and actually retain those students. We're also increasing our AP coursework. Next year, we'll be offering AP Psychology, and we will be expanding AP Computer Access back into Artesia, and I'm very excited and happy for that. We also implemented brand new pathways. So at GAR, we started aviation, and next year we'll be launching our next course. And we also launched esports and programming at not only the high school level, but also at the middle school level, both at Ross and at Fetty middle schools. So we're very excited, and we look forward to continuing to do this work. And now I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Soko Verduzco for goal number 4. Thank you.
Hello, I have the pleasure of having with me Susana Sanchez, our interim Bridges coordinator, Terrell Staten, our special education supervisor, and we have our own Clara Kim. She is a parent, a community advisory committee chair, and she also works with our workability program. The goal of focus number 4 is on partnership, capacity, opportunity, and quality. We recognize that strong family partnership plays a critical role in improving student outcomes through consistent communication and meaningful engagement opportunities. We work collaboratively with families to support student success. Through ongoing training and support, staff build the skills and capacity needed to provide high-quality services and support the students' needs. Every student deserves access to rigorous learning. Through inclusive practices, students have greater opportunities to engage and learn alongside their typical peers. We also use technology. Technology supports high-quality instruction and services. Ongoing monitoring and continuous improvement help ensure implementation and strengthen student outcomes. Since 2023, we have closely monitored attendance and chronic absenteeism to measure student engagement and the effectiveness of our support. Students with disabilities have shown strong progress with chronic absenteeism decreasing by 9.7% and monthly attendance increasing by 2.9%, demonstrating that our interventions are making a positive impact within our students.
Good evening, buenas tardes. So I have the pleasure of talking about our other areas of successes, starting with our domain of that opportunity. This school year, we had the pleasure of serving more than 2,747 students in special education. We did this through tailored IEP programs, providing specialized supports that were designated and outlined through that IEP, and affording inclusive opportunities for our students so that they can be successful. Additionally, looking at our partnership domain, we really focused this year in prioritizing our family and community engagement. We did this through having workshops in our Community Advisory Committee, our CAC, and that afforded us the opportunity to really have time to provide our families with information about special education, which is quite nuanced and quite involved. It also provided us an opportunity to provide them with resources, and also it became and continues to be an active forum for our families and our communities to provide us with information that helps give us the feedback we need to improve our goals as well as our special education programming. In the area of capacity, our key focus this year has been collaboration across the district. Through our site team meetings, which are led by our special education leadership team, which include our supervisors, program specialists, along with myself, we meet with our special education staff as well as site administrators and have ongoing discussions about all things related to special education. These meetings give us time to go ahead and provide staff with updates regarding special education, updates regarding programs, professional learning, provide them with information about upcoming curriculum, as well as discuss best practices for our students. It is also a time where we have very designated and protected time to have deep conversations about what's going on with our students, discuss their unique needs, and problem solve together as we work collaboratively to try to figure out how we can embed additional supports for those students and build upon their success.
Good evening. For Goal 4, there were some challenges. So this year we have continued to try to strengthen our inclusion practices and also help our student outcomes and also build our staff capacity. So this year there were a total of 197 paraeducators that had an opportunity to attend our Crisis Prevention Institute training. During this training, the paraeducators had an opportunity to learn de-escalation tips, tools, and strategies that they could also embed within the classroom while they are supporting the students that they are currently working with. Our department also had an opportunity to have 141 staff members participate in using Goalbook. And of those staff members, it included our special education teachers, speech and language teachers, and also school psychologists. Goalbook is a technology tool that helped our teachers and case managers and all of our staff to really create evidence-based defensible goals. It also helped to create baselines and also IEP goals to strengthen the students' access. We also had an opportunity to hold 4 parent workshops, and there was strong participation. During this workshop, parents had an opportunity to ask questions, and then the special education supervisors or program specialists had an opportunity to allow the parents to understand each part and each page of their own child's IEP, while we also focused on the continuum of services, also highlighting accommodations and modifications that are implemented within the classroom, and then also really giving those parents that empowerment so that they understood all of the resources that the district was able to offer their son or daughter. Our efforts have continued to contribute to some positive results. This does include a 9% increase in special education families reporting that they feel safe. Also looking at our information, there was a 2% increase in families feeling welcomed on campus, and that is what we really want to continue to do. And then also there was a 3.4 increase in growth on our California Alternative Assessment in the area of language arts. So this is something that we are, continuing to focus on. While challenges, they do remain, this includes our staff turnover and also the need for ongoing professional learning and development. We still continue to remain focused on expanding our inclusive practices and also improving our outcomes for students with learning disabilities.
Hi, I'm Clara Kim. I just want to say thank you for Dr. Castro and Special Ed to invite me here. We're talking about Action 4.1. In support of Action 4.1, partner feedback was used to identify a need for more accessible partnership opportunities for families engagement. I want to say and emphasize the 2 really important words here is more accessible, because without accessibility, there is nothing we could achieve. In response, the district expanded workshop offerings by providing flexible meeting times and multiple locations to better accommodate the needs of families. Families are very busy, they've got lives going on, and being able to accommodate those times and providing childcare and stuff like that really makes a big deal for families to participate. These efforts are intended to increase partnership and strengthen partnerships between families and schools. Additionally, outreach through IEP meetings is being enhanced to ensure engagement opportunities are accessible, consistent, and responsive to all families. I believe that relationship with families and schools is one of the most important things and continuously that I learned through having a child with special needs and having IEP meetings. Without relationship with our school teams, we get all broken. By increasing communication and creating more meaningful opportunities for involvement, the district continues to promote strong family-school collaborations in support of student success. In Action 4.3, in support of Action 4.3, partner feedback emphasized the need of expand inclusion opportunities for students with disabilities. In response, the district increased the number of classrooms within the early intervention program to provide greater access to inclusive learning environment and better support the need of students with disabilities. And I've gone to, over the years, many of those LCAP meetings, and I really see going to those meetings really provide the inputs that as parents put in, that this is something that I hold dearly because when this was going on, my daughter was a lot younger. Now she's in middle school. So at the middle school level, collaboration between resource specialists and general ed teachers has been strengthened to provide core instruction, increase access to grade level curriculum, and ensure more consistent implementation of inclusion practices across all the schools. These efforts reflect the district's ongoing commitment to create equitable and inclusive education experience that support student success. Thank you.
All right, so now we get to take a little LCAP stretch break and you get to ask some questions. But before I do that, I do just want to ask that we acknowledge one more time our presenters this evening. It's not easy for our students, our parents, our staff members to be here. Some of them, as you can tell, this is their first time presenting in this forum. So I appreciate their bravery, them spending the time with us. They're very proud of the work, as you can tell. It's been a lot of really good work, and that's represented in that LCAP 215-page document. But there's still challenges that we need to address that we continue to work hard at addressing. So for Goal 1, thank you to Maria Nanez, Areli Mendoza, our parent, our DLAC member, Dr. Greg Francois, Mr. Terry Gillum. For Goal 2, Dr. Ricardo Lois, Dr. Myra Lozano, Juana Mata, Anna Chipman. For Goal 3, Ishan Patil, Mr. Mike Lawrence, Anna Brooks, Edwin Vasquez. For Goal 4, Dr. Soco Verduzco, Susana Sanchez, Clara Kim, as well as our supervisor who was here this evening. And also thank you to our equity officer who's also here this evening in support, as well as our migrant ed coordinator. And I'm sorry, our supervisor, Sherelle Standen. Like thinking.
Thank you. Before we go into board comment, is there any public comments on the LCAP presentation?
There are none, Mr. President.
Okay. Any board comments or questions? Board Member Rios?
First of all, I do really want to acknowledge the work of all the people that presented. And I do have a lot of questions, but I think those questions go to our cabinet, because I know they're in the room that are making the decisions. Except this last one, I'm going to kind of go backwards. The special ed presentation, how do you disaggregate the data of general special education LCAP students that fall under special ed?
So thank you for the question. That's a different type of goal. That's why it's called a focus goal. For special education students, since they are gen ed students first, so goals 1 through 3, they're all of those resources and support also are experienced by our special education students. But then goal 4 is really just our LCAP base. We are not allowed to use supplemental funds for goal 4. We're just saying that we're going to pay special attention to our special education group, as we already do. But there were specific areas that we needed to focus on, especially because for a number of years, although we've been seeing increases, we were designated as red on the dashboard, on the California dashboard, meaning our students were decreasing instead of improving. Since we've put that focus goal on our LCAP, we have seen some improvements. And all it says is that it signals that you are signaling to the community as the board that adopts this, that this is an important group, that there are some specific actions we want to make sure we focus on. They receive all those other services, but that is why we set aside certain dollars of that focus goal of our base funds to support our special education students in those specific areas.
So the numbers presented here are all special ed, not necessarily unduplicated students.
Correct.
Okay. I'll go backwards. Goal 3, and mind you, a lot of my it's going to probably sound like criticism, is because I saw that number. What is our LCAP number now, Tuan?
$31.7 million.
I don't know about the board, but I was like 31 million. That's a lot of money. And every year it's been 18 million, it's been 20 million, it's been 22 million, and now it's 31 million. I know that's a lot of money. And we're looking at these results, and 1.5 million allocated to CTE. And again, this is no criticism of the people that presented, because I know you're doing an amazing job. But we allocated 1.5 million and had 2% increase. How are we spending our money, Tom?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You want me to speak to that? 2% increase. Can you give me some specific data that you're looking at?
So that was, I think, here somewhere. We had a 2% increase in enrollment.
Yes, so that just means that more of our students are being able to access those courses as we've been expanding pathways. So we've had an increase in 2% of enrollment across our different AP courses and our CTE. That's why we spoke to the college and career indicator, because we have seen a lot of growth where now students are able to access that. And so they're able to show that they have that college and career readiness. And I can send it in a board briefing or in a future presentation. That college and career indicator is quite complicated. It's not enough just to take a CTE class, right? You have to complete a pathway, plus you have to complete a college course, or you have to complete your A through G credits. You don't just get it for completing the pathway. Same with AP. You can't just take a class. You have to take 2 classes for AP and pass it in order to get this indicator as prepared. So we are seeing a large number of increases of showing students are prepared because we're giving them a variety of opportunities. Do we want more? Of course we do, and we keep pushing for more every year, but I'm happy to show that we are showing growth year over year.
10 million, I think, is about the approximate number of how much we spent in this money. And I know if I ask the departments, even they're going to be surprised, right? But A through G completion by fall, 896 students. How many students do we have in high school throughout our district?
That A through G completion rate represents 68%. That's our 68% of our students at our A through G completion rate.
There is no way that there is a 68% A through G completion rate at Artesia High School.
That's the rate across our district. I can give you a breakdown by school site.
And that's actually what I want, because I love this. I think this is amazing. But I want to know, in Area 6, what are these numbers? What are they now? What are they for Artesia High School? What are they for Palms Elementary? What are they for Melbourne Elementary? Aloha, but Willow, because I do appreciate these numbers, but I know, you're giving me 68%. I just had a conversation with Mr. Garcia, because I was at a conference, and that's what they're talking about, right? They're talking about high schools that are increasing those numbers significantly, and I love that at Artesia High School, every student now goes to college. What if we, now start focusing on these A through G requirements, because I didn't ask him and he wasn't able to give me the number, but I remember a few years ago it's like 20%. And I know the district started to put a lot of efforts of improving that. So I know, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think it's 70%, 68%.
It is definitely higher than 20%. I'll send you the numbers, but it is a pretty high rate. And I think what's great about Artesia is the variety of ways that students can show that they're prepared for college and career. They have the highest amount of college courses. They have 2 early college pathways that can be chosen. They have over 40 sections of CTE pathways. And in addition, we continue to reinforce those A through G, reaching that. And that's what Mr. Vasquez was talking about. That's for some of our populations of English learners, long-term English learners that you heard him talk about, because they have to take that double English class, their schedules are impacted. We want them to be in band, we want them to be in sports and take CTE and complete their A through Gs. So that's why we offer some of these experiences in the summer as well, and offer a robust summer program so they can meet their A through G credits.
When I was at a Gar High School's graduation, they had a class of, I think, 360 students. That's anyway, okay. So moving on down. So again, it goes back to the money. Are we really getting the results that I want to see? And I like to think that the board agrees. $31 million. That is a lot of money. And I hope that it is being spent in a way where the directors and the people that are actually doing the frontline work are getting the results. I mean, I love I loved hearing what our BCBA, but in my head, I was just like, we have one BCBA for the entire district? Like, that's 17,000 students.
So we have one BCBA for our gen ed population. We have a number of BCBAs for our special ed population, which is where most of the work happens for our behavior aids. However, as you recall, recently we applied for a grant that I brought to you, our Safe Schools grant, and part of what we wrote in that grant, and hopefully, fingers crossed that we get it, we should be notified by July, that was intended to increase the number of aids that we have.
Good, because I keep talking about behavior, right? And we know that it can get in the way of academics, and one student can derail their lesson for a teacher if they're not having the support they need to deal with those challenging behaviors. The other big criticism that I had or have, again, great job. I really see the increase, but I don't know what these mean. Like in all of these goals, and I'll go to academics now, like I don't know what it means that in the math benchmark, we increased by 17.7. And I don't want to hear the district number. Like I want to know what it means to me and the residents that I represent in Area 6. And I like to think that I don't have to worry about the rest of the district because I want to know that Mr. Nishi is, doing the same thing for his area, and all of us are doing that for each of our schools, because me trying to focus on all 20, it's going to be hard. But I want to know what these numbers mean. And I want to know if the fact that we're spending, how many millions here? Over here.
So it would be helpful for you to know that in the appendix of the LCAP book, there is a table that shows from the California dashboard so that you don't have to look it up on the dashboard for your area. You can see your area schools listed by how many have shown growth over the last few years. So that's one reference point I can give you. The California dashboard is another reference point because really all of this is an analysis. That's what that 17% really means, is it's an analysis of over the last 2 years overall as a district. How are we growing and are we improving in those specialized student groups that we're supporting as well as overall? And so that's what we pay attention to. We do look at, and that's why you heard us talk about, like sometimes you hear us say specific schools because we don't have enough resources to be able to give every single school a math coach or a literacy coach, unfortunately. But we have a full-time math coach and a full-time literacy coach at Artesia High School to support them. And so we are excited to see what that translates into results, but we've already heard from both the principal and from the teachers that they appreciate the support and that they're seeing improvements for their students.
And my question would be, why not? We have 31 million. Why don't we have enough money to provide a math coach?
In terms of the staffing costs, and you could see the breakdown when Mr. Nguyen gives you a breakdown of how we're using the budget. You'll see that we try to provide as much funding support towards our certificated teaching staff in order to minimize any kind of, they're still going to exist, but minimize combo classes, things like that. That's where a large portion of the budget goes. Large portion of the budget goes to also pay for that staff, for coaching staff. And a lot of what we were able to experience when we did have literacy coaches was that we had to use one-time funds. That's how much money it would take, is that the doubling of those one-time funds is how we were able to keep that. Over the years, the one-time funds, and you'll note it's reported in the LCAP as LREBG funds. That's the learning recovery money. It's getting less and less because we did do a good job of extending the life of it, but that money was one-time money. And so when we first started, we had 14 EL counselors. Now we have 7, right? When we first started, we had 19 across all of our schools, a literacy coach. Now we have just a few focused on our Title I schools. And we've tried to keep consistency by using our LCAP funds to keep some of those coaches, as well as using literacy tutors at the schools where we cannot afford to have a full-time coach at this point.
I know other people have other questions, but again, another problem for me, right? Because those are additional monies that is outside of LCAP. And if I remember correctly, we were told year after year that the EL counselors were being paid by LCAP. And now we're hearing that they were paid by some other grant that we've run out of money with. Conflicting information.
I'm sorry, Dr. Rios, let me clarify. That was my error in how I said that. The EL counselors that have always been paid for the LCAP was for secondary schools. through the use of our one-time funds, we are able to expand that support and now bring those counselors into the elementary schools and middle schools, which we did not have before. So yes, you're right. We always had EL counselors, but they were only for our secondary schools, our high schools. And now with the extended money, we are able to expand that support to elementary and middle school.
And it just goes back to, again, these are urgent times. Our kids, you hear it in the news, are doing worse than ever. And it's embarrassing because, you know, we're sitting on more money than we've ever had. And I know, Tuan, things are more expensive, everything's more expensive. But we keep getting this money that's additional, that's on top of our base grant, that's given not to offset costs or expenses, but to help these students do better. And I don't know that we can honestly say that we are doing a good job at it. And that's why I'm so interested in seeing those, right? But 31 million, like, and I'll stop, but like foster kids, I know our number last time I asked was minute. It's sad that these things, like, why haven't we put somebody to monitor their academics, their social, emotional, their everything? Again, why isn't $31 million enough for us to get some of these populations to do a heck of a lot better? There is a lot more focus on English learners, and we're starting to see progress. Very limited, but we are starting to see progress. That's good. We heard about the effects that coaching capacity has on our teachers. Why isn't a lot more money being invested in that? I really want us to continue to be strategic and a lot more intentional. You know, I heard about reading. I mean, focusing on writing. But I also heard that only 50% of our teachers are implementing structural literacy with fidelity. Why are we now shifting our focus to something else when we haven't done this one thing right? Like, what about the other 50% of teachers that are not doing structural literacy with fidelity? We know the importance of reading. Like, why are we, you know, and I like to think that the answer is going to be, we're going to continue to focus on literacy. But again, you know, research again keeps telling us, like, stop trying to do everything. Pick a few things to do and do them well.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. And yes, just to recap, we are continuing to implement. That 52% was our baseline number, and we will continue to grow. That number is specifically for kindergarten to second grade, and our writing across the content areas is for our upper grades of 4th grade through 12th grade.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Nishi.
Yeah, my comments will be a lot shorter. That was a very comprehensive and detailed report that probably you could have done over 3 different meetings, I'm thinking, because there was a lot in there, a lot of aggregate data, and I sort of understand Dr. Rios's frustration at because there's not enough time to get into the details of each specific school. This is a district-wide thing that it gets buried in some of the specific numbers. Some of that disaggregation to the schools. I know you did some with Hispanic and various specific subgroups. I noticed there was no Asian groups in any of those in terms of a place that we want to actually improve. But I'm sure if you had time, you would have probably put in those details.
I can address that, Mr. Nishi.
I'm okay. I'm just saying that this could have been a lot longer, and probably this is one of those things where after each presentation we would take a little break, ask a few questions, so that way it's not a 1-hour lecture, but it's a really interactive thing that the public would like to hear questions about, and they'll really be interested because we'll theoretically ask them questions that the public's interested, like the $31 million that she's talking about. People are going to ask, we got $320 million and we're doing a little bit better, but we have less students, so shouldn't we be doing a lot better? That's a simple question and a simple answer. So I think that's what can't be done in a short amount of time that we have. So I'm glad we're supporting math. That's very important. I like that particular approach that you're taking. There was a quick thing here about staff turnover. What was that issue about?
We have
so
a high.
These are things that we could probably address, right?
Yeah, we have a high staff turnover with our paraeducators.
And that's because?
Most of the time, they're college level students, and so they go on to their careers. Their class schedules conflict. Some of it has to do with their temporary positions, and so they're not permanent positions. They don't include healthcare. They're hourly rate positions, and the stress for our paraeducators is pretty high. They're dealing with some high needs students. They're dealing with behavior issues, and so it's not necessarily for everybody. And we have had some great success with our paras, some of which have become special ed teachers. Our own director, Dr. Soko Verduzco, was a former para who then became a teacher, and now she's a director here in our district. So, there's lots of success stories, but also lots of turnover.
So that seemed like a challenge that could be addressed for the future, but nothing we can do on this short of time frame. Chronic absenteeism, looks like you're doing great with that. What is esports? Is that like playing on the electronic thing, or is that what it is? And that's a career?
Yes.
'Cause
So
this is an old guy here that doesn't know what an esport career would look like.
no worries. So esports, the actual course is actually programming. So the students are learning how to code and how to build virtual worlds. Esports though is the new like overarching industry. UCI has an esports program. They also have a large esports facility over here at Long Beach City College. They have the largest esports tournament facility right here in our backyard. And we're seeing a lot of that starting to expand. The really cool thing is a lot of people assume like, oh, they're just building games, but there's so much that goes into building a tournament. So we have shoutcasters, we have tournament organizers, we have broadcasting specialists, and all of those students work together to deliver a tournament. And there's a job for all of them. And then we also have competitors who want to play esports.
Okay, so they're not playing video games; they're
No.
designing the games, and
Correct.
So that's just an issue.
And esports is also now a recognized CIF sport as well.
It's a CIF sport.
Yes.
So you can go to CIF finals and all that.
We are not
whole-
there yet.
Whole new world. Whole new
Yes.
world. But
Thank
thank you
you.
for explaining that. So this was a great presentation. Again, it could have been over a little bit more time and a little bit more interactive, but thank you for that comprehensive thing. I do echo Dr. Rios' concern about showing results and showing them drastically. I mean, we have this CSBA resolution on our calendar about the emergency of this issue, that it's not something that we can just do what we've done. And I know we're not doing that, and I know we're not doing that, but that is our why. Our why is to make sure that all kids have an equal opportunity, and so I'm glad you're doing your best efforts to do that. Disaggregated data would probably satisfy some of that additional issue, because it's great to hear that we're doing good. I love to hear that we're doing great, but unless we know where our challenges are, we won't know where to specifically improve. So that's why I think her frustration. It's not from anything regarding this report. It's regarding just specificity. I may be speaking for you, so I apologize. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member McCann.
Well, first of all, thank you to all of our presenters tonight on the 4 goals. I have a few questions. As far as the math benchmark growth, are our teachers, our math teachers, getting some professional development for our English learners? How to make accommodations for English learners? Because our they made some growth, but I think they could be making a little more.
Although I can speak to that one.
Okay.
For secondary, we participated in our second year of EO roadmap training, so English learner roadmap training, where each site created a plan identifying focused strategies to support English learners. And looking at the benchmark, I do have some data that I can share that highlights the beginning of the year, where they take the initial up till the second benchmark. So for secondary, we saw some of the biggest growth for our English learners, from 4.9% proficient up to 8%. And for our LTELs, from 10.3% to 13.10% in language arts. And for math, our ELs showed the most growth as well, 21.5% for the initial, up to 25.2% for the second. And for our LTELs, 18.10%, up to 21.2%.
Thank you so much. I work with student teachers, and they have to, in all their lesson plans, they have to address English learners and exactly what they're doing for them. And so knowing that people have been in the profession for a while and they may have forgotten that they really need to target those students, I appreciate that they're being looked at and professional development's being provided for teachers in that regard. Thank you. Looking at page 13, and it talks about student literacy outcomes, the 68.8, 65%, and 61.3. Was that an increase from last year?
It's been relatively stable. It's like a slight increase from last year. Those numbers is what we refer to as some of the challenges that we're not seeing some huge growth that I'm sure is frustrating to all of us, not just to the board, because we are making a lot of efforts and we do see a lot of changes in the classroom. But again, it's that continued ongoing coaching, the fidelity of implementation. Those numbers are better than we saw years ago. But again, for K through second, those are benchmark. Those are local metrics because we don't have state testing at those levels, where we start to see if they've really bridged that gap of literacy, is if they're able to really perform on the CASP assessments, because now they go just from being able to read fluently to really comprehend their reading. So that's kind of the next phase that we are looking at to support.
And I've seen the UFly and the structured literacy programs in action, and I'm very impressed with those. So hopefully more implementation will happen on that. And how are you addressing the limited collaboration time and the limited coaching time? Is that being addressed this coming school year?
Yes, so for every, in elementary particularly, in high school it's a little different. In middle school, they have periods, and so they get a duty-free period, and usually some of the collaboration time can happen within the day. For our elementary teachers, they don't have that time, and so in order to help facilitate that, we provide every single school, every single teacher 2 planning days, so they could do it at whatever time they feel is best. Most of the time, they take their first planning day after the first benchmark, because then that way they can take a look at the benchmark results and see what they need to adjust. And then the second planning day typically happens after the second benchmark, because then they can have growth data and they can see, have we made growth? What other adjustments do we need to make? In addition to that, this coming year, we're going to provide extra hourly for every single elementary teacher, so that in working collaboration with a grade level teacher, they could then stay after school and work with a colleague around those same practices, around progress monitoring, looking at data, and adjusting lessons as needed in order to provide supports for our most neediest students.
So are those 2 planning days designed by the principal, or how are those set up?
Academic Services helps to design those days in collaboration with the principal. Lack of a better term, they're kind of like our PLC planning days, right? So that they're looking at data, looking at supports, looking at how we need to adjust instruction to just improve practices for our students. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. Well, Dr. Castro, Dr. Francois, Dr. Lozano, Dr. Luis, and Dr. Verduzco, thank you so much for the presentations. They were long and complete, but thank you for taking the time to share with us the important infrastructure of our LCAP and our education and the different programs throughout our district. And of course, we're not in the classrooms and we don't know all the details, but I was pretty assured that each one of you are really developing and fine-tuning the programs in each department, and really thank you for that. And all the details, I guess, if we really wanted to know the details, we need to make an appointment and spend a day with you. I plan to do that with Dr. Francois. I'd like to maybe visit one of the summer program because I really appreciate the mom who came and spoke in Spanish. I understood maybe 50%, but it's like all the moms, all the parents are concerned about preparing their children with and academically equipping them for the future, which is writing, but also reading. I would have to put them together, and math. So those are the concerns of the parents, and it was really, really refreshing to hear her share that because that's what all these parents are concerned about. And I really hope that we, as a district, can address that in the summer. And math is math. It's doesn't, it's same as all languages. We just need to teach our kids computation skills and prepare them for the next school year, prepare them to take on challenging math courses in high school, that they don't give up on STEM. And just to our all educators, it's about practicing problems and memorizing input. We want our children to memorize, to input as much as possible, because if you make it their own, then they'll have it for life. Same as for writing and reading is vocabulary. As an English learner myself, when I went to college, the most challenging part was vocabulary. I'm from LAUSD, and I realized when I went to college, my schooling did not prepare me for university. So I think the parents, they also need to make an effort at home too. It's not just on school. School and these different departments provide infrastructure. But parents have to take on the ownership, because I raised 4 kids too, and I did sacrifice my summers. Instead of going on vacations, made my girls read, gave them $5 for each book they read, and made them memorize vocabulary. Yeah, and that really gives them confidence, right? So I hope that, the educators and different programs in the summer can reinforce that, because that's what the parents want. And for our another parent, Clara Kim, we heard you very clearly and detailed through the documentary that was very well made. Thanks to Mr. Lawrence department, it was very well made. It was very inspiring. And I remember one clip that a special ed student landed on a job. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether it was your son or it was, one of the students that you work with, but I thought that was a very inspiring story. Okay, so thank you for that and getting all the parents involved, and really appreciate all the departments, because this is how I see it. You guys are laying the infrastructure, and the infrastructure can always be improved and fine-tuned together. And just want you to know that, as a board, we appreciate all the hard work. And I know that I've been to, all the graduations, and ABC has like A through Z, meeting the needs of different high achievers. Kids go to Ivy League. We have special ed, English learners. Like ABC is pretty comprehensive. You guys are all doing a good job. Kudos to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, it's late at night. Not just questions, but just a couple comments. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very thorough. I think this gives a picture to ourselves and to the community of what it looks like in the classroom on a daily basis, and how the supports here at the district support our teachers in the classroom. And I think that's what, as I'm listening to everything, I'm a classroom teacher. I'm a primary classroom teacher. And I think about how much we need to support the classroom. Whatever we do, it's to support that classroom, whether it be with a paraeducator, with a BII, it all has to be in the classroom. And so as I'm looking at this, and I love that we see growth, and I know it's not the growth that some of our colleagues would like, but I want to celebrate the growth that we do have, even if it's little. There's some areas, as you guys mentioned, challenges, and so I think as a board, we would like to see, like, how are we gonna address those challenges going forward? One that popped up to me is our homeless population. Our homeless population is not making as much progress as other students. So that's one area I would like to see us, focus on and make sure that in the next report that we see growth with them. I really appreciate that we had the parent voice, Señora Mendoza que estaba aquí, Ms. Kim and Mr. Patel, very well spoken, and that we have their voice because to me, like, they're my bosses. Like, the parents are my bosses. And so I want to make sure that their voices are heard and that we're listening to our community. So thank you for coming in and speaking. And they did mention writing. And then one of the things, because I am a primary teacher, first grade, and I did UFly in when I was an interventionist, is some of the concerns and challenges where the limited coaching capacity. And I think that comes as our responsibility to make sure we're building capacity at our schools with teachers who really have captivated the UFly program and are just presenting it to our students in an engaging way. And okay, you're gonna have to remind me of the name. He is a kindergarten teacher at Elliott. Oh my gosh. Can you just make a video and present it? Because he does an amazing job. If you really wanna see UFly at its best, you need to go sit down and see him. For those of you who don't really know UFly, UFly takes our students from phonemic awareness, a visual drill, auditory drill, into reading, and then at the very end, it's writing. And so that takes them through the whole process. And if you do it with fidelity, and you're consistent and you're explicit, you will see our kids progress. Now, it takes teachers like that to get the other teachers on board. And I know that because I've done that, and you have to be the model for them. You have to show them that it really works. And if we can get all of our teachers in our primary grades to do that, we will see our kids fly. Inconsistent progress monitoring. Have we looked at core phonics?
Thank you. Our elementary curriculum team is exploring other options in terms of how to be consistent with that progress monitoring. That's something that I believe Maria had mentioned, yes? That we're exploring various avenues to make sure that we have consistent progress monitoring at those stages. So, yes.
Core phonics is amazing. If you're not familiar with it, it is a one-to-one. It takes teachers a lot of time. But if you do it at the beginning of the year and you do it maybe at the middle of the year, you can see the progress and you can see what areas you need to target, because UFly, you don't have to follow it. You can take the kids, if they've learned that, during the regular curriculum, you can move it around. You can arrange it the way you want to. So I've used core phonics and I love it. Like, that's your data right there. I heard you say that teachers get 2 planning days and that we give teachers hourly after school. That's amazing. For me, I can't do after school because I got another job. I can't stay. 2 planning days, is that a full day? Is that beginning to end?
Yeah, the schools get to use that, the 2 planning days. Some schools decide to use 4 half days because then they can spread it out, right?
Okay.
And then the grade level teams are half day, then they switch with another grade level team. Or they do 2 full days, so a full day from start to finish for that grade level team. So we work with each school to determine how they want to use that based
Okay.
on their needs.
I'm just going to share what we do that works at my school. We do teacher release time every single week. So a certain day, we have our regular PDs on Tuesdays, which we meet as a PLC, and that's our focus is language arts. And then we have teacher release time on Wednesdays, which is 1 hour. Kids got to get P, right? All the kids, we have to reach our P minutes. Kids go out that day, and it's coordination between staff. They get their P minutes, and the teachers are working on just math for that one day. It is a great way to make sure we're on target and meeting those benchmarks. We're planning together, we're collaborating. I don't know if that's something that we can suggest. It takes no money because they're already at school. Kids get to meet their P minutes every year. Do our teachers have to record their minutes too? Yeah, we do that. But I think that's just a way. So I'm just trying to give you ideas, like things that we can do that don't cost us money, and just I think we would like to see like the challenges, how we're going to be addressing the challenges, so that next time we can see more and more growth. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you all for the presentation. I really felt that each of you speaking as to specific items in the presentation, you could really sense the care and the knowledge across the board for every one of your speaking points. I did want to touch base on, I'm happy about the summer writing camp. I understand, is that only for middle and high schoolers?
No, that's for elementary students.
Oh, for elementary students. And are those at all schools, or where are those, and which kids are helped with that?
So we have 5 elementary locations that serve all of our students across the district. And so those summer writing camps are happening across those 5 elementary school locations.
Is that through the summer day programs?
It's through the summer learning, but that's a separate registration. So you don't have to be part of ABCXLs to do that summer writing camp. You can register separately, and you can go to our website to find more information.
Okay. I would like to see better advertisement for that, because listening to this presentation was the first time I heard about it, but I think it's a really great opportunity. I know on social media, parents are always asking about different tutoring centers where they can send their kids, and this is potential revenue for our district here. Additional,
yeah, we had we as soon as registration went out, didn't we fill spots pretty soon? Like, a day later, it would just went like that, so.
I was hoping to
it's
get
great.
my kiddo in. But that means maybe next year, more spots, right? Thank you for that. Maybe there's a wait list. Kidding. So as for goal 2, as a parent with 2 young children in the district and as an active parent volunteer, I know that behavior is one of our big concerns at all our schools, district-wide, TK through 12. And so I am happy to see a lot of focus on behavioral support, behavioral aids, really ensuring that we're making long-term positive changes at our schools, because I believe that behavior and ability to be in a space where you can learn and it be peaceful is really great for the classroom. Now, my thought is, as a parent volunteer, I'm with kids, I'm trying to be positive with them. I want to see potentially if we can get our parents a little bit more educated on what is being taught to our teachers, to our staff, and ensuring that we can have the same practices at home. So if you have a kid who's in school Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day, and you have a parent who, and I learn a lot of my practices through books or through teachers I work with. I'm not, if I don't have those resources, I'm not really able to instill that same structure. So just as a thought and as a comment, being able to provide that to our parents somehow, engagement, enrichment workshops is something I as a parent would want to see. And I know there's a contrast, right? Parents work. Parents don't really have time to go to something else during the week. But perhaps if we can offer it and to parents who are interested, maybe we can do it at the district. But I would just love to see us really try to make meaningful change with our kids, because it's a different world we live in nowadays. There's electronics, there's everything. But if we can all kind of try to implement everything across the board from school day to at home, for again, the families that would like that, I really think that would be something I would appreciate as a parent. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Yokoyama Bui. I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to thank the LCAP team for being here tonight, for that amazing presentation and all your hard work and dedication. The key words I heard tonight were fidelity and implementation, and reviewing the 559-page LCAP book. That is something that you guys repeat over and over, and you guys are very, very honest about some of the challenges that we are facing here at the district, whether it's high turnover, whether it's full implementation of certain strategies and supports. But I really think the team we have here at the district, they are dedicated. Like you mentioned, Dr. Verduzco started as a paraeducator, and now she's running the special education program. And I think my question is twofold. When I first got onto the board, something I heard that was a challenge, and I see here again, it's how are we aligning our primary systems, whether it be our MTSS supports, our academic supports, our how we collect data and how are we aligning it at the secondary level? So I don't know if what progress we made in that area, or what are some of the things we're doing differently.
Yeah, I can point to some of that. Through in the last 3 years of this LCAP, we've been able to align our assessments. So now our STAR literacy assessments are consistent K through 12, which the importance of that is that teachers now have data at their fingertips. So when students leave 6th grade, the 7th grade teacher has longitudinal data, we call it, right? You can see how students have been progressing over the years. You don't have a blank slate. You have that information. Same for high school. Same with our math. We also have data through our STAR math and through our NWEA. The other piece is that we've been building out our EduClimber platform, which is the platform by which our staff can access some of this data. And now we are working on our common SST form. Our last SST update was in 2012, and through the work of school services, along with elementary and secondary curriculum, we now have an SST form that can be consistently used across all school sites that we'll be rolling out, which is the first level of support that we can provide our students when they're struggling in the classroom. Those are just a few examples. There's many, but those are a few examples of how we've been trying to align our systems, as well as through those 4 pillars that you heard us talk about earlier. We have been aligning our engagement strategies so that if we're doing specific engagement strategies in elementary, often what happens is that as they move through the years, all of a sudden it's like we're treating them like they've never been exposed to this engagement strategy. So we've been talking about how does that engagement look in elementary, middle, and high school, and how do we keep that continuing moving forward so that it's not a restart, but it's an expansion every level that the student moves through.
And I know part of the answer is the amazing staff we have here and the amazing teachers that we buy into these strategies and these implementation. But what are some other ways that we're trying to get more buy-in from, whether it be site leadership or educators or even family and students?
So some of the major ways, obviously, is first professional learning, right? Because just like any field, especially if you think about doctors, I wouldn't want to go to a doctor who's been practicing medicine for 30 years who is not up to date on the latest evidence-based practices, right? So it's the same for teaching. We provide professional learning, up-to-date research-based practices to all of our teachers. That's one of the ways. Supports, right? Like the planning days, the extra hourly supports of the administration, our coaching supports, workshops for families that we provide on Saturdays and on after school, after hours. But more importantly, I think it's just making sure that people have the resources that they need and the supports that they need in the classroom. And that's been our major focus, is what are the, seeing our elementary teachers and our principals and talking, what are the resources that you need and how can we provide those resources, not a year or 2 from now, but on the ready as soon as quickly possible.
Thank you. I have no other comments, but thank you guys for being here tonight, for staying with us and being part of this process with us. We're all growing together. I think with that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Before that, can I get a motion to extend the meeting to 12 a.m.?
So move.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We will take a brief recess. We'll be back at 10:20. 1.4A. With that, can I get a motion to accept the new boundary report prepared by MGT for the Holmes and Ferguson and Stowers Elementary School areas?
So moved.
Second,
McNally?
Second, Tatiana.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Yola. Would like to introduce Mr. David Cates. I want to thank him for his patience for being here. He is the Vice President with MGT. He will present to the board the phase 2 of our consolidation process. As you recall, back in November, MGT was here to present it to the board the phase 1 maps with relating to Aloha and Juarez. Tonight, Mr. David Cates is here to present to the board the phase 2 of the maps. Process-wise, we had meetings with our parents on Monday and Tuesday at Stowers and Ferguson, and we present these maps to them, and we got questions from them. But for the most part, it seems like they accepted the maps without questions. So Mr. Cates will start his presentation.
Thank you, Tuan. We had a moment here there we go. All right, I'll try to make this brief. Again, this is similar to what was presented to you back in November, where this is the second part or phase 2 of the implementation. There we go. This is what I'm going to just briefly cover. The instructions that were given to us to prepare for your district, criteria that we used in creating the scenarios, and then open up to questions. All right. So again, as Tuan just mentioned, we were with the assistance with district staff, then eventually the public as well, looking at how to consolidate essentially 4 of your schools, 2 for over a 2-year period. The first one was, as you mentioned, Juarez and Aloha. This one's going to be focusing on sharing Ferguson and Stowers consolidation and reconfiguring the boundaries. This is mostly could be sharing the boundaries with you that he mentioned it was presented to the public. So what we did for you was we collected your October student data. We did a process called geocoding where we map those kids where they live. That's our foundation for the work we do. We also, through our software, have the ability, we break your district down into small neighborhoods that we call study areas. The software counts up all your TK through 12 kids in each of these areas, and then we can use those study areas as kind of the building blocks of it's the building blocks of your current boundaries, but also make adjustments to show you what if we move these to this area and so on. So we shared what was going to be implemented for this coming school year. What I'm going to share with you today for the Stowers and Ferguson is what's going to be implemented for 27-28. And we created some scenarios I'll share with you here. We also had to take into account capacities at the schools and other, like I said, different criteria. Here's the list of what we have used. Pretty basic criteria used for boundary planning. You want to, again, assign the closest boundary, closest school, where you've already decided which ones you were going to close. Now, how do we divide up those boundaries? Most usually look at the closest school, least disruption possible. By creating more, like we mentioned, compact areas, I kind of look at it as school-centric boundaries. Ideally, you would like the school to be more or less as close to the center of its boundary. We helped clean up some of the non-contiguous areas that you had in your district, and we don't want to do that because that could be controversial. Why did you pick that area that's not part of this area? So there was no contiguous areas that were used. Again, we balancing in terms of their enrollment and their capacities. We look at those. We didn't want to do this in stages where parents or students had to move maybe over twice. It's one time and it's done, probably for a long time. And again, we just wanted to keep it more concentrated to the neighboring schools in the areas, which I'll show with you in a moment. And then, of course, in 27, 28, the change to TK5, those will be reflected in the numbers on the maps as well. So we had to incorporate that. So this, again, being phase 2, or the map on the left is what is now your new boundaries for this next school year. So there still is a Stowers, there still is a Ferguson on that one on the left. The one on the right shows how we divided up those zones. And I'll have some zoomed in maps so you see it better. But you can see the black line outlines represent your current boundary lines. And then you can see at the bottom there with what was the Ferguson area, and up at the top what was Stowers is now being divided up between its neighboring schools. So let me zoom in. I'll show you these, some of the numbers. It's not really phase 1, phase 2. It's more like current versus future. So on the left, those are the numbers of students TK5 living in each of those zones as of October. Okay. It's not a forecast. It's just exactly what was living there. So those 3 areas, those are the counts of students living in there. By doing the reconfiguration, essentially dissolving that boundary, it was absorbed by Melbourne and Hawaiian boundaries. So you can kind of see how it was divided up. In fact, part of what was Hawaiian is now part of Melbourne. There had to be a little bit of an exchange to best balance, even though they're not exactly balanced. But again, schools have different capacities. They're not all designed the same. So we had to look at the criteria. If you add the 3 numbers on the left, you could try it yourself, but trust me, the 453, the 299, 277 add up to the 562 and the 467. So that's just simple math showing you what would be in those areas, or what as of, the October data. Same thing up in the north with the Stowers area. The area on the left is your current boundaries for this upcoming school year, with the 3 numbers like I showed you on for the Ferguson area in the south. And then on the right side, again, these are what we're proposing to be your 27, 28 boundaries up there, where we're taking the Stowers area and dividing it up between Gonsalves and Cerritos. And the same idea, those 3 numbers on the left add up to what the 2 numbers on the right are. And no other boundaries up there were affected by this change. We try to keep it as close to that school area as possible, geography. So this is essentially what your 27, 28 map will be, with I should say all 4 schools being consolidated. This is what it will become then, and taking out all the former schools. These would be your boundaries, and not this coming year, but the year after. That's it. Pretty straightforward. Any questions? Be happy to answer them. Or to Tuan, maybe.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
There are no public comments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes vote was cast for action item 1.4A without any additional comments. Board Member Nishi.
Thank you. I need a little more data. The Willow School area, how many students would be in that one typically?
To be honest, I don't have that with me. I could provide all the numbers you want, but for this presentation I'm doing today, that was not affected.
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
I do have that information.
He did. There you go.
The resident students at Willow is 596 students.
Okay. And I was going to ask the same thing about Palm.
Palm is 618.
618. 618?
Correct. Again, these are resident students. They are not students at the school because
Correct.
of our school of choice.
This is the population of potential kids that could attend that school, but
If there's no such thing as school of choice, that is correct.
got it.
Correct.
The reason Whitman, what is that number? I know it's gonna be very low.
Whitman is, I want to 323.
Okay. All right. I mean, just the second question would be related to the middle school that these students are going to be attending for the Melbourne and Hawaiian. Are those going to be, like, if all the kids at Hawaiian are all going to be attending the same middle school, the same as Melbourne?
We didn't change, or as far as I know, the middle school zones.
Understood.
We could provide an overlay to know which ones. There might be some zones that are not direct feeders or they're split.
Yeah.
I can throw off the top of my head, but again, those weren't changed. Just those elementary. So we
'Cause-
could show it so that if you wanted to see it, yeah.
The issue is that oftentimes I get the question, it's like, oh, your best friend is going to a different middle school, even though you went to the same elementary school. So
Right.
to the extent that those could be co-geographical, I guess that would be ideal. But do you have a general idea?
Yeah.
I'm thinking like for high school, it's going to be the same, so that's not going to be an issue.
Correct. And the middle school is also the same because we did not change the boundary of the middle schools. So another way of looking at it is, regardless whether we consolidate elementary schools or not, your middle school always is the same because we haven't changed that. If we want to look interest in looking at that to ensure there's balancing within the middle school, we can do that, but that's a separate process.
That's a separate issue.
Yes.
No, the only issue is that like all the kids that go to this new Gonzalez attendance zone will all be attending, say, Carmenita.
Like I said, we have to look at that too to make sure that that was not part of this exercise.
So I'm thinking like there's a map that includes Stowers, right?
Yes. So
And
if
so th-
if everyone stay at Stowers, within the residence or the boundary of Stowers, if they were to go to Carmenita and now it become Gonzalez, they still gonna go to Carmenita.
Right, right.
Yes.
So I was just wondering if everybody in the Stowers area is still going to yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the
We can
elementary
confirm
school,
that, yes.
that's not a split.
Yeah, we can confirm that.
Okay. So that would be one other factor that might be valuable to some parents, right? Because again, you get the question all the time. This kid's going to Carmenita, but this kid's going to Tetzlaff, and they're going to the same elementary school, and I don't see that issue with high school because this is, I'm guessing that all these kids are going to the same high school.
Again, we can look at that as a separate process and a separate issue, but right now it's just the mapping of the elementary schools, right?
But to the extent that we can have them co the same, like you go to the same, everybody in this area is going to
Right.
go to the same middle school, and everybody in this area is going to go to the
Correct.
same high school would be ideal, although it's not perfect.
Correct. So in order to do that, we will change the boundary of the middle school and not elementary. This will stay the same. So in order to accommodate what you say, we can change the boundary of the middle school.
Okay. I see what you're saying. All right. I'm just concerned, like, in the future that as populations in schools, well, hopefully we don't have any more decline, but the idea is that I don't want to be revisiting this situation really in the near future based upon the trends, and if we can set that, we'll have to, maybe it's not the geographic area that becomes the determinant, but some other factor, right? Because the theory is if you have a larger area, you'll have a better chance to survive a little bit longer, and if it's equal, then you have a better chance to equally survive in terms of not one school being 300 and one school being 800. So I'm hoping that this can do that. So that means that Willow has a huge geographic area to capture as many students as possible. But what the actual enrollment is different than the actual residential area. So this may not be achieved through geographic boundaries. So anyway, that's just something to think about for the future. How we try to not have tiny schools. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member Rios.
Same thing. They're not necessarily questions, more considerations, and that through this consolidation, we really address the real issue, which is that parents are gonna not want to send their kids there to these new schools if the achievement doesn't. It's just a fact, right? Which is why I advocated for having school choice, so that they wouldn't leave the district and go to Calavitos or else where to do better. So that continues to be an area that I hope people are prioritizing about how we're going to support these schools to have their parents be proud to send their kids there and kids to do well and stay. Another consideration is that we now know where these kids are going to go. It may be too late for 26, 27, but not for 27, 28 to prioritize our measure renovations. I'd hate for these schools to, these kids to be disrupted yet again because of renovations. And so if we know that a lot of our kids, consolidated students, are going to be at whatever school, then, let's get that place set up for them so that they're not yet again, being asked to move to a portable now, to have their education disrupted.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. Thank you for the presentation. The way you drew using the geocodes, that's the first time I heard that terminology, but that kind of makes sense. Thank you for the presentation. It does make sense. And consolidating schools is always so difficult for the community. It's not easy, but I want to thank the board and the community for coming this far, and we have to make the most of it. So for the bond money will now be more efficiently used because now we know for sure which schools are consolidated. So we can focus on the schools that are open, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In which the funds can be more efficiently used.
That's yes.
Yeah, and in doing so, this is similar to my colleague's concern. Is I think that after this is done, I would like us to think out of the box and be creative, and make some of our schools, like middle schools, even starting at elementary schools, attractive to parents within the district and outside the district, such as I know that before we used to have magnet fairs, magnet schools. People look for certain programs, and many parents actually really, really struggle with their students as they enter teenage years with the devices. And our state legislature just started rolling out the laws and so forth. But if we can focus on sports, one school can focus on band. I mean, I went to Carmenita Band. It was amazing. If I was a parent, I would choose that school because of the band. That the teacher and the band, it was just amazing. So think out of the box. I think as moving forward, that would be really helpful to help some of our schools more attractive. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for staying so late. I know that, we're getting to this item kind of late, but I think you got a chance to see how the work that we're going to do right now is going to be, affecting our schools. So thank you for waiting for so long for us. Okay, I have a question, and can you go to the next slide, next one?
Back.
It's phase 2, school year 2027-28 Ferguson Elementary School. Go to the Ferguson Elementary School one. Okay, so on phase 1, you see that little blue section that is now becoming yellow? Does that mean that we're moving all of those kids and they have to now go to Melbourne? Or does that mean that the new kids who are coming in kindergarten will go to that school?
That's a policy decision. So
Okay,
you'd
so
have to
staff.
ask.
I can answer that.
Yes.
So it's the same. We consistent with this practice. So if the blue now is that in 27, 28 will become yellow, the students residing in that section will continue to go to Hawaiian until they graduated out.
Okay.
Only new families that
New
move
families.
in to that area will now, the new homeschool is Melbourne.
Okay.
But then again, because of school of choice, they can always school of choice to go to Hawaiian if they
Okay.
choose to. So that's one good thing about our school of choice program is that it gives parents and families choices on where to send their students. But to answer your question, no, we are not moving any students currently residing in that area to Melbourne. They will stay at Hawaiian.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, so the numbers here that are posted for Melbourne, in phase two, 562, Hawaiian, 467. And I'm gonna make the assumption that you made it according to like whatever rule you use. I can't remember what it says.
Geocode.
But
Yeah.
I'm just concerned, and I don't know if this is the same concern that remember Nishi has, is that if our enrollment goes down, then one of our schools is gonna have lower enrollment.
Right.
Why did we not make it a little bit more equal?
You could. I mean, it's, to be honest with you, when you move these study areas, which you don't see on here, these are the smaller neighborhoods. You've heard phrases like moving the deck chairs on an ocean liner. You could do so many different scenarios. What are you accomplishing? Typically, and I've done hundreds of these over my 30 years, the best answer I can give you, again, I didn't personally do these, but the person that did, I helped train, so I know the process backwards and forwards. The concept is when you create, let's say, that new Melbourne area, that new yellow area, and this is 562 there. Remember, first of all, that's last October students. We're not forecasting in what we're asked to do for what it's going to be. So yes, it could be lower, it could be higher, it could be the same, I don't know. But the concept is, even though you have open enrollment, because you have room in most of your schools, you have choice. The concept is that if everyone in that yellow zone wants to go to Melbourne, that number should be at least in the ballpark of what your capacity is at that school. That's the concept. You first want to make sure that anyone in those colored regions, the numbers that are in there, the school could support that number. Realistically, we know, as Tuan mentioned, parent choice, they're going to choose to go to other schools. They're probably going to have to get them there, right? I don't know your busing situation for non-special ed students, but that is the concept, is that we don't, so some of those numbers are a certain way because of maybe the school's capacity. I don't think all your schools are the same. Could be wrong, but I doubt it. So we could move areas up and balance them, but we don't know exactly what it's going to look like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now. We know what it looks like now. We also, as I mentioned before, don't want to disrupt just for the sake of disruption. So for example, we could take that lower part, that yellow part below where it says 562, and I can give that to Hawaiian, no problem, easily in the software. But now you've disrupted more parents, more students. So it's kind of pick your poison. You want to balance and therefore maybe affect more families. If they really, like as Tuan mentioned, if someone in any of those areas want to go to one of those other two schools, they'll be able to. So you kind of have to pick a point where you have to stop just moving the areas around and trying to do the area of least disruption. And that's the only other area that we moved, because if we couldn't give that whole area of Ferguson to Melbourne or Hawaiian. So we had to split it up, and in order for Hawaiian to take on that dense area there, we had to give up a little bit to give to Melbourne. So there is numbers behind this, and some of your areas are more dense than others too. It looks simple, just move that area over there, but what looks like a big area might have 30 kids in it, and what might be a small area might have 100. So that's what we see behind the scenes, and we're trying to also make these, I know that's kind of cosmetic, but make the boundaries look nice. You know, we want to have, ideally, if we can, the school more or less in the center. Don't have it really isolated at the top or bottom. So sometimes when you look at the clean map at the end without these black lines, you can see they're a little more, I don't know, I want to say pleasing to the eye, but they don't look crazy. Like, why'd you move that over there? It doesn't look right. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. But more areas could be moved. It's just, I don't know if you're really accomplishing what you really want to accomplish.
I'm not trying to accomplish anything. I'm just
Right.
concerned about the numbers.
Yeah.
And having a school that's always low in enrollment, and then having to later on down the line having to close that one because it's low enrollment. That's my only concern. And it's the same thing for phase 2 and Stowers. Like Gonsalves is 368 and Cerritos is 451. So that's just my concern as a board member is that, I mean, one school is going to have more students. And are these what does enrollment look like, like realistic? I know these are for our resident students.
Right. So enrollment is completely different,
Okay.
obviously, right? So these are resident students only. For example, if we were going to move the DLI program to Gonzalez, then a lot of families from outside the district, and all those families, not a lot, in the DLI program will go with the program to Gonzalez. So that will impact enrollment. So there's a layer on top of this is school of choice and program that will balance itself out in terms of enrollment. So that's where we are with every schools within the district.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Nishi.
Yeah, just to address Dr. Brios' concern regarding having disruptions twice. They are working on Hawaiian as we for this summer, and so I anticipate that for the new kids coming in from Ferguson, they should be finished with the renovations by the time that those new students will be there. So that, and probably, what did you say? And Melbourne as well. So that'll be a situation where they will not have any construction impacts. But I kind of also am concerned. It's the same concern I had just expressed to everyone here, that the differential that Board Member Mendoza noted, 562 versus 467, it's almost 100 or almost 90 students, almost guaranteeing that Hawaiian will have a low population at some time in the near future. And so I know that we don't want to move around the borders too much, but because where they're existing, that's where they're existing. But maybe, this differential is pretty big. Looks like you cut out a little bit of what Hawaiian already had in the northern section. This north right, you gave to Melbourne, the area in yellow, and you switched it over. And I'm wondering if you couldn't give that back to Hawaiian and kind of bring that to a closer number, because that would be disruption, right? They were going to go from Hawaiian now to Melbourne. And so wouldn't it be just better if they just stayed in Hawaiian?
I'd have to look to see how many are there. I mean, like I said, it could be 20 kids. It could be 90. I don't know. But I could look into that and give you an answer.
Yeah, it may not be a lot. I know there's only so much. Or similarly on the left-hand side. So you don't want to touch this middle place in where Melbourne has their kids, because they moved there. They chose Melbourne. That's their school. That's what they always wanted. That's what they spent their money for. But maybe a little bit more on the Ferguson side, since they're impacted, right? To somehow equalize it a little bit, from instead of 467, maybe you bring it up to 500. If you go up like another 30 points for Hawaiian, so it's now 490, and bring Melbourne down to 530. It's a little bit closer within the ratio. And I know that these don't directly translate into enrollments. I totally get that. But we're trying to give them the best chance in terms of, the future. So that's all I'm concerned about. Like, they may not want to drive or do school choice and go through that lottery. They may just say, hey, I'm going to stick with, there's a natural tendency to stay with the school that you're assigned to. So that's why, again, not changing the borders on the upper right-hand corner. I don't know how many kids those are, but that might equalize it out. So I think that would be an important consideration that Board Member Mendoza brought up. That again, I don't want to be at this again in 4 years or 5 years or whatever that would be. I want to delay that as long as possible. I don't like the changing deck chairs on the Titanic because it means we're sinking, and I don't want to be
No, I
sinking.
didn't.
I want to be floating.
Yeah.
I want all of us to float well. That's the thought. So if we're all kind of equalized in terms of potential populations, then they can all have an equal chance to succeed, is the way I'm thinking. And we do that a little bit through the geography, and we do that a lot through education, right? So that's the hope and thought. Should we wait till we get hard numbers, or do we have to make this decision today?
You can do either. You can adopt the map as presented, but we give direction from staff to look at the northeast area of currently Hawaiian and see if we can adjust that line to balance it out to close to the 500. One of the factors that we will look at also is that for those who currently reside in that section, how many of them are actually school of choice to Melbourne already because it's closer to them. So, and then I don't want to say moot, but it if they were to do that already, then we might as well change it to what's presented. But we will look at that section specifically and move that line down to ensure that each school resident students are closer to around 500.
Or alternatively, that on the side where it's in Ferguson, that blue line could be raised up. Because just like you said, you may be right that all the kids that are in the yellow or the blue section are all already going to Melbourne because geographically it looks nicer, right? And also more convenient. But maybe since Ferguson doesn't have a tradition of going to either of these schools necessarily, that would be less disruption to the kids, and therefore maybe we move this blue line that's at the Civic Center Drive a little bit higher. I don't know what that number specifically is, but it would be nice to kind of get not a 20% or in this case almost it's a 30% difference between the two in terms of resident numbers.
We could definitely look at trying to balance those. Trying to do it in my head, that'd be
I know it's too
about
hard. Right?
1120 divided by, so it's probably the.
You're never going to get exact numbers, but
No, but we could look into doing it.
Yeah,
I'd appreciate that.
We can, and we'll focus again on the blue square, the northeast area that currently in Hawaiian, and we'll try to keep it like that, within and to stay within Hawaiian as much as we can, and we'll adjust that line versus the other line on the Civic Center, because one of the factors that we want to make sure that the residents that stay there, their home is closest to the new homeschool as possible. So it depends on the distance to the new homeschool also. But we'll look at both. But we'll focus on the top blue bar.
And I'll
section.
also make maps to show you the overlay of your middle school boundaries and your high school boundaries, just so you can see the feeder pattern.
Just like Tuan was saying, if most of these kids over here already go to Melbourne, then that would not be an appreciable effect.
Correct.
So if we can
look at
explore both options, that might be prudent.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you. I understand there were a number of considerations made for the boundary lines. Something I noticed for phase two school year 2027 Stowers Elementary School, phase 2, there is at Artesia Boulevard, which is kind of to the right of the 451 number, Artesia Boulevard. So we have also, I understand, there are various reasons why the boundary lines were as they were when they were drawn, but now we do have an opportunity to review and ensure that they're the most compact boundaries and have some order in terms of if you live across the street from someone and you're going to go to one school and then your buddy across the street for some reason because of a boundary line is going to another school, if perhaps that could also be considered, because I understand that Cerritos does have the higher population in terms of the resident attendees here, right? Not counting
Or,
school of choice. Residents.
The density.
Density.
Is higher.
So, I mean, my thought too is if we could also look at those numbers, potentially if we know where those kids are going. To me, it makes sense geographically, and I know that when our community does watch, they, you know, I for transparency reasons, want to ask whether that was something that we considered, because I do note that in phase 1, the southern portion of Stowers was obviously, the boundary was drawn at Artesia and given to Cerritos, likely because it's closer and it will keep Cerritos in the center for that neighborhood. But I think there's a possibility that we could also extend that boundary to Artesia. But is that something you considered? And if you did, please let us know why.
I don't know. I wasn't part of that part, but I will say, if you draw, and not saying we couldn't do it, of course we could have a scenario where Artesia is the dividing line, but you could just look at the numbers, look at what Gonsalves is there. We're now taking away all those kids that are south and making the disparity between the two larger. You
And
know,
again,
and,
we have a lot of changes that are happening, and possibly you and the district consider the capacity at each of these schools, Cerritos and Gonsalves. My understanding as well is Gonsalves possibly will be a home to the dual language program. So opening up some seats at Gonsalves could work in our favor in the future, if you know, for that program in the long run. So that's just something that, again, if we are kind of revisiting a couple number things, I'm not saying, I want things to make sense to us. And if it doesn't make sense because of capacity limits, you know, where we're at with the current numbers, where we see the trends going, I understand that. But I do want to ask the question just because, again, it is something to me when I see it. I see that there are certain changes being made, considerations made, and I just want to have an explanation for that if someone does ask me why we kept it as it was.
Okay.
Thank
and
you.
I can at least get the count of students in that area, so that, you know, it could be 100 kids, could be 20, I don't know. Like I said.
Absolutely, and I
And that will
appreciate
give
that.
you your answers probably for what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Vice President. Board Member Rios.
Yeah, when Ernie started talking about the boundaries, what if, you know, considered Carson being the dividing line, because it's a major street and it does seem a little silly to me that, you know, you're going to have kids cross that big street to come over to Melbourne when they can not have to cross that big street, maybe go to Hawaii. I'd like to see those numbers.
You say Carson?
Carson Street, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Rios. Just a quick question. For Melbourne and Hawaiian, what is the capacity for each school? I know they're very similar in like how they're designed.
So capacity has changed over time, but once upon a time, both of those schools was able to house up to 800 students.
Once upon a time. Yeah, I think I agree with Dr. Rios, Board Member Nishi, and Board Clerk Mendoza. Looking at the boundaries, I understand the thought process behind it, and especially looking at it once it's done, the aesthetic portion of it. But knowing the community there, a lot of families send their kids to school walking, and seeing the boundaries, I wouldn't want those kids to cross two major streets, especially in the new area at Ferguson. They would have to cross Norwalk and or Carson. Okay. And for the boundaries that Ernie Nishi was mentioning, The majority of that housing is senior homes. It's a trailer park for senior homes, but I do know on Hawaiian and 221st there is a good number of apartments. So I do see there, un, unless we're gonna provide transportation, a lot of those kids would likely have to cross a major street. So I think keeping them within Hawaiian Elementary School boundary would be easier for families to send their kids to school. So I think that would be my 2 cents. I don't know if we are in consensus on maybe redrawing these maps or if there's any other comments before we make a decision. Board Member Nishi.
So I'm thinking that we're kind of rejiggering this around, and also the community has seen the maps as they have drawn them. So we would have to go back to the specific communities as to what they specifically like. The people who live in this area probably ought to be consulted as to their motivations and things like that. Because of course I can sit here and say, change this blue line to this and that, but I don't live there. Just like you have a specific understanding of the traffic, the patterns, who lives there, those details, and the concerns that they have in terms of walking that I don't have. And so, yeah, that I just suggest that if we go through this study again, we would also go through it with the public as well. That would just be my request. I think they did a good job of going out to the public, though, with the plans that they had. That was great.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Just on that, what was the feedback from the parents when they saw these maps or the community?
So we had 2 meetings, like one at each school, and when presented the map, they there was not a lot of questions. They understand why, and it appears that it made sense to them. So we explained our process, and they accepted it. So, but having said that, there will be transportation for sure from currently the Ferguson area to either Melbourne or Hawaiian, because they will be made crossing either Carson or Norwalk, and that's a major cross street. And according to our board policy, we will be providing transportation should students need to make to cross major cross streets. So we have shared that with the community, and that was what important to them. That's what they wanted to know. So so there will be we'll be working with the principal at Ferguson and the families there to see what make the most sense in terms of bus stops, but we will be providing transportation to both Melbourne and Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. Yeah, I mean, unless the public and the residents are really up in arms, I would like to just recommend to kind of move forward rather than we have a town hall, get different opinions. That's, I don't know, we may get a lot of different opinions from individuals, but it's they did spend the time, the effort, work on the numbers and the data to come up with this. So unless it's something that's really going to negatively impact the community, and of course you guys know the area better, I mean, I feel that this is pretty okay, but things will get delayed. Next meeting, the last meeting in June, like, that's just, it's not perfect and we cannot satisfy everybody, but you know, it's acceptable is my thought.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. I just think the area that is going to be changed from the Hawaiian Elementary School boundary to Melbourne, they actually probably weren't consulted because this is a new boundary outside of Ferguson. So I would maybe move just to keep it the same, and maybe down the line, because also regarding resources, if we have to provide 2 buses for 2 new areas, or have an additional stop in that area, I think that would be, create another barrier or another obstacle that we have to consider, rather than having those students just walk to Hawaiian Elementary, which is what I did, instead of crossing a major street or waiting for a bus. But that is my thoughts and my opinion. Board Member Rios.
I don't see why we need to rush. This is 27, 28. We have an entire year. I think looking at what it would look like with those suggestions, I don't see an issue.
Yes, Dr. Zito?
So we have to keep in mind that these must be in place in order for families to make visits to their new schools before school of choice starts. So our intention was that we would have these kinds of activities where families could visit their new schools based on their new boundaries in September, October, before school of choice starts, because we want them to have opportunity to see and meet. And so when we did this in the fall, we had to make the decision pretty quickly and do the boundaries pretty quickly because school of choice was coming and we needed to give families that opportunity. So pushing it out too far, we then delay the ability of our families to visit the schools in a way that feels less rushed than last year. Last year, it felt very rushed for families, and we were trying to have a better process for them this year.
Is school of choice open?
School of choice opens December 1st.
We're in June. Again, if it's just me, that's fine. We'll vote, but I think that moving the boundary to Carson, I'd like to.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Nishi.
So, really quick, would it be disruptive if we made the decision in August? That's before, when's our first meeting in August?
I want to say August 4th, but we can do. I just want to make sure.
That would give them enough time
Correct.
to
So, yeah.
work through the numbers. That would give maybe a little bit of time to reach out to the community.
If we can do it by the next board meeting, we will. But if
Okay.
not, then we'll bring it back at the first meeting in August. But I just want to make sure what the board is asking of us, right? So with regard to the Ferguson area, one option is keep the blue area the same and keep it with Hawaiian, so that to see what the numbers will play out. The second option would be anything south of Carson will be now Hawaiian, right? So we'll run both scenarios, and we'll want to see what the numbers will be. Resident students. It will has nothing to do with the enrollment.
And or the part that's Ferguson, if that goes up to Carson. Or where we could move it so that it's more equalized on the west side.
Okay. So that's the third
The
option
third
then?
potential
To move the bar from Civic Center all the way up to Carson at Elaine at the same. You want to move? Yeah.
Potentially up
Right,
to that
yes,
area.
Yes. Right. Okay. So that's one option. We'll play with the different scenarios. With regard to the Sowers section, we can go to that map. The request is that the sections right now that within Gonzalez, that is south of Artesia, we should consider what if we make that into all Cerritos L, so that it go across, then what will the number will look like? I just want to make sure I understand that's the request.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was my observation.
Yes.
Again, I understand
Right.
the more serious concern related to Hawaiian and Melbourne, and I don't want to disregard the importance of that, because obviously we have, the higher number for Cerritos.
Right.
But it was an observation I made in this discussion. If my fellow board members are not concerned with that, and that's fine with me, we can move on from that point if the fellow board members like the map as is, the phase 2 map.
Right, because it would again distort, and now the resident students at Cerritos will be a lot larger than the 451 if you were to do that. Having said that, this is more longer term because we are not saying that you have to change your school because we move the boundary. If you are currently living in that area and attending Gonzalez, we'll stay there until you graduate or move to middle school. So that will not change. That's as a matter of practice and policy. It's only for new residents. Then you get into the issues of you move in, but now this is your new homeschool versus if you've been living here and you're going, but that over time that would work itself out. But we can move that line, but like I said, the immediate impact will be that the Cerritos will have a larger resident students than Gonzalez, more so than what you see here, and that create the opposite impact of what you're trying to do on the other side.
I see the logic of doing that. Makes it nice and clean. But I just, like, some people who bought in this area are going to say, I bought in the Gonzalez area and you moved me. And we can avoid that concern. And also they'll be saying, and you made Gonzalez even smaller. And now that school is going to not have as many kids and have another challenge in terms of some of this. So I don't know. I understand your thought of geographic contiguity, but they've lived like that for a while. Okay, that's my only concern.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Vice President, Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'm making an observation is that when we get reports like this, we have really long conversations because we only have one example. In the future, could we ask for 2 or 3 so that we can look at them and decide which one fits us best? Because I think we need to take our time. I know Board Member Sue, you said that it's not disruptive. Closing the school is disruptive to the community. And I think we need to take our time to do this. So I'm okay with moving it to our next board meeting and making sure we have a conversation because that's what our community deserves. Our community deserves for us to have conversations and come to an agreement that's best for them and to have their input. So my suggestion is to, yes, we can bring back some more examples and then we can have another discussion and make sure we are doing our due diligence to not rush through things because sometimes I feel like we're giving one and like last time we had this same agenda item, I felt like it was rushed through. So having to take this time, I think I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we'll vote on tabling this item for a future agenda.
To the next agenda.
To the next agenda. Next agenda in June. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion is approved, and this item is tabled to the next meeting in June. Thank you so much. We will now return back to public hearing. Mr. Nguyen.
Screen is not on, so we're waiting for the screen to get up to. The screen is not on.
They did it for
The public won't be able to see.
The public can see.
I need to see. We need to have.
Even if it's before us.
Little technical difficulty here. The screen is not.
Just wing it. You know the numbers. You're good at this.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. All right. So tonight, as part of the LCAP presentation, is the budget piece of the presentation, and we are, as part of a public hearing, the board will adopt this budget at the next meeting. It must be adopted before June 30th, as required by state law. So tonight we'll be hearing public information and get feedback from the board, and we'll prepare the budget for next meeting. So California, as a state, we are doing well in terms of revenues and tax collection, right? Because of this AI environment, the state has experienced a surge, if you will, or an increase in tax collection, which is good news. Not to say that there's not issues with the economy and what people are feeling, and mainly housing affordability, inflation, still concerns for the residents. The state, the good news is that if you recall last year, they had a structural deficit going into this coming year. But due to, like I mentioned, the increase in tax revenues, the state will have a balanced budget for both this coming year, 26-27, and the 27-28 fiscal year. So we will be good for 2 years. But after that, the structural deficits remain. So until we fix the structural deficit, we always going to have that. And if you look at the chart here from the LAO, which is the Legislative Analyst Office, it is ranging from 8 billion in the out years to 10 billion, right? So, and the reason the state has a balanced budget for the next 2 years is because they're spending down the reserve. They're still going to spend more than what they take in, but they have a large reserve, so they will be doing that. Unemployment rate, again, at 5.4% for the state versus 4.3% for the nation. So we are still trending higher. Inflation has been going up at 3.8%, which is higher than what we want to see, right? We want to keep it at around 2%. Right now, we at 3.8%, and this is a concern. So in terms of tax revenue collections, the top personal income tax, we see a surge about $20 billion more than last year, up 145.6 billion. Corporation tax also going up at $45 billion. So the state is looking at about $226 billion in terms of tax revenues for the general fund. But like I said, if you look at their expenditures, they are spending $246 billion, so about $20 billion more than what they will be taking in. So, but the state has the reserve to spend down and to make it balanced. The biggest piece of the expenditure at the state level, again, is K-12 education, as you can see there, 91.1 billion. However, the largest component that's been going up, increase at a high percentage, would be in the health and human service. That side of the non-Prop 98 expenditure has been going up drastically due to services, demand for services increase, and also due to a change in the federal policy in terms of Medi-Cal's payment support to the state. So what is in the May revision, and what does that mean for ABC, right? So the statutory COLA is cost of living adjustment is 2.87%. So what does it mean? It means that if everything is equal, the district will receive 2.87% more in funding to run the school district. That makes sense? So that's what COLA means. On top of that, the governor is proposing an additional 1.44% of COLA to help for additional costs that he's also proposing. So if you added the two, the COLA now is 4.31%, right? Not 2.87. But the intent of the 1.44% is to help to offset the additional cost of something of a new benefits for employees. Is will be 14 weeks of paid pregnancy disability leave. So if employees incur this, and this will be a brand new benefits, they don't have to use their sick time. If they're gonna have a baby. The third bullet is also important, is that special education funding is increased by 43%. I want to say that again, from $937 to $1,340 per student. So that is a large increase. The next three slides are continuing with his legacy programs, the ELOP program, which is our after-school program, the Universal Meals programs, and the Transitional Kindergarten program. So these programs are here to stay, and these programs are all Governor Newsom programs that he proposed in the past. Even with all of those fundings, the state is still recommending to withhold or defer $3.9 billion in funding that would have, under Proposition 98, what the school districts are entitled to. So they're working on that, and the amount of the withholding is it to be determined in the final state budget, but on the records, the state is still owing school districts $3.9 billion. This is back to the questions, right? The enrollment's been going down, but funding has been going up. So, but the per student funding is increasing, right? So, we talked about the ELOP program. This program's being used for before and after school program, an additional 30 days for the in the summer. Universal meals, very simple. All students will get a free breakfast and free lunch if they requested one, regardless of status. Transition in kindergarten, this is our first year of fully implementation of this program. So classroom ratio is 10-1. You have 10 students, you have 1 teacher. The 11 students come in, you need to add a paraeducator to support up to 20 students. The average class size, you can't go more than 24 students. So if you have 24 students in a class, there will be 1 teacher and 2 paraeducators, right? Because the ratio is 10-1. Block grant. So the governor is proposing a $5 billion one time. This is not ongoing. Block grant to school districts. What does that mean for ABC? It will be $15 million in one-time funding. The governor is also proposing to fund the Learning Recovery Block Grant, about $757 million. This is the last installment of this grant, if you will, and it will bring in about $2.4 million for ABC. Both of these grants are one-time, so you will not see them again in the future. There's just one point of this chart is that when under Governor Brown, when we implement local control funding formula, the intent is that there will be more funds, discretionary fund for school district to operate our program. But as the year go by, that portion has been decreasing. So another way of looking at this is that there's a lot more funding, but it comes with strings attached. It's restricted. It's not unrestricted because the percentage of unrestricted is now at 67% instead of 77%. When it first started. So yes, the state give you a lot more money, but they also comes with strings attached. Whether it's supplemental concentration, block grant, different method. This is our enrollment for ABC. In the 25-26 school year, we at 17,300 students. Next year, we project to go down by another 300 plus students or so, more closer to 400 actually. Again, as a reminder, about 15% of the enrollment come from outside the district. The true resident students of ABC is about 14,600 as of right now. So we are receiving 2,687 students from outside the district. This helps with our enrollment, right? this trend of declining enrollment is not just to ABC, but throughout the state, and particularly the county of Los Angeles. They are experiencing about an 18% decrease in enrollment over the next 8 years or so. So enrollment is one factor, but the funding is actually tied to ADA or attendance, right? And the state used this formula called a 3-year average. So using that formula, the 3-year average, our funded COLA or ADA will be 238 students less than the current year. So this is important because this is what funding is based on, not so much enrollment, but attendance. Our attendance percentage, you heard about the different effort that we were making with chronic absenteeism, but overall, we are pretty much flat at 95%. So we have not been able to go back to the pre-COVID percentage of 96.5. So we are at about 95% now. And with the addition of the TK grade level, those kids have a higher absence rate than the rest of them. So because of that, it most likely that we'll never go back to the 96 because you're adding a grade level that now part of the percentage, but that grade level have a higher absence rate than the rest of the grade. So all of this, what does it mean for ABC and how much we're getting, right? COLA is 4.31%, but the state subtract the decline in 238 students, so we will get a net increase of $3.8 million in funding. There's step and column costs in building the budget. Last year, Kaiser health benefits went up by about 15%. This year, they actually have a rate reduction of 1.5%, but Blue Shield, our other provider, increased their rate by 16.7%. So every year we are dealing with this and we're addressing this. For ABC, the district's paying for the entire cost of health benefits for employees, whether you have single party, two party, or family. So any cost increase relating to health benefits, it's all on the district. So it will come out of the budget. So because of that and the different factors and the cost increase in the special education programs, we are still having a deficit of $4.2 million that we need to address. Our pension costs have been pretty much stabilized, so we don't have to worry about this now. There was a time that it's going up every year. This is the percentage that we would pay into the pension system for our employees, whether you are certificated and you have CalSTRS or classified employees where you have CalPERS. So there's two separate pension system, depends on the type of employees we have. I like to share this chart because it actually breaks down the base grant based on our students and the supplemental and concentration money, which is the LCAP money, if you will, right? So A is the base grant. This money can be used and will be used for all students, $208 million. Supplemental concentration is tied to the LCAP. The targeted population will be the unduplicated students, which is English learners, low income, and foster youth. So if you add B and C, the supplemental and concentration grant, it will be about $31.7 million. And I'll go more into detail about that. But you heard the presentation from Dr. Castro and her team about different goals, 1, 2, and 3, and how we spend how we spending the LCAP money among their 36 items within each of those goals. So this chart is important because the question is, are we getting more money or not? And if we're getting more money every year, why are we having a such structural deficit? So because of declining enrollment, just go to the bottom line, right? LCFF funding in 23-24 was $240 million. This next year is $239 million. So we are back to where we were in 23-24 in terms of funding. Does that make sense? Our LCFF funding has been over the 3 years period, we back to at where we were in 23-24. But as you know, our costs have been going up every year, whether it's healthcare benefits or some other costs, right? So that's the situation we in, because again of declining enrollment. So to answer the questions of the $31.6 million, $31.7 million, and where do we spend it on? These next 3 pages will outline the different action and the different goals that we spent the money on, right? So on page 23, we spent about $14.9 million under goal 1, and there's 12 actions within these goals. Right? So the question is, for each of these actions item, do we evaluate the effectiveness and the efficiency of how we spend them? And this is our 3rd year of the LCAP, so these expenditures have been going on every year for the last 2 years. So this coming year is the 3rd year. It changes every year, but for the most part, the actions stay the same to support our students. So all of this money go to support our students. So if you add all these items together, it's about 14.9 million under goal 1. Under goal 2 here, it's 1 second. And you heard the presentation from, again, Dr. Castro. We spent about 10.7 million under goal 2. 12 actions item, again, to support our students, whether it's mental health or whether it's money given to the school to support the activities at the school. So I'm just going to highlight the 2 largest expenditure from here, all right? 2.1, that's all the mental health professionals. This is to support our students' mental health and well-being. 2.12, these are the money for VAPA and money given to the schools as to support the activities at the schools. So these are the 2 largest items under goals 2. Goal 3, we are spending about $6 million in goal 3, 11 actions items. Again, the largest would be CTE, right? This is money to support the different sections of CTE at the high schools, right? And then 3.11, we talk about technology assistant, you heard from them, and professional development to support the student. So each of these actions items have been reviewed by our education partners, by our students, by our parents, by our labor groups, and they have, again, based on the feedback that we receive from those meetings, we are putting these action items together and how we spend them. So there's a lengthy process that Dr. Castro went through before we put this together. So in total, $31.7 million. So this is the big budget, if you will. So 31.7 is part of is supplemental and concentrations grant. But the total budget to run the school district is $330 million. This is both unrestricted and restricted. So for this coming year, if you were to ask how much is the district general fund budget, it's $330 million. This is where we spent the money. Again, we are spending down the restricted programs that we have been doing to spend down the money because that's what the money's for. So in this coming year, if you look at the ending fund balance, this is where we are. At the end of next year, we will be having $9.2 million in fund balance under unrestricted, $28.8 million in restricted, totaling $38 million. You remember, once upon a time, this was $100 million, but we've been spending down every year intentionally to support our students. Because with the restricted programs, you have to spend down the money. Otherwise, you have to return the money. We don't want that. So whether it's the one-time block grant or the different grants that we get, we are spending it down to support the different programs. Part of the requirement for the budget is the 3-year projections. Not only that we have to present the budget to the board for the coming year, but also for the next 3 years, and whether it's a balanced budget or not. So I'm going to the combined expenditures and revenues on the slide 33 of this presentation. This is what we expect to see in terms of revenues for the next 3 years, right? So it's going in the right direction. It's going up every year. So that's what we like to see. Even with declining enrollment, we're hoping to see this increase. But at the same time, our expenditures also going, we're trying to control that, but it's going to also going up because of health benefits and other factors. So we are spending down our reserve. If this projection is what will happen, then at the end of the 28-29 school year, our fund balance will be at $18.6 million. So we are spending down our reserve to support our students. So the state requires to have a minimum of 3% in reserve, or $10.2 million. There's a cap. You can't have more than 10%, which is 33.7. We are sitting on about $14 million in reserve, which is slightly above the 3%, because we have been spending down the money due to declining enrollment to support our program. This is the average school districts. We are a unified school district, so other districts have a larger reserve than ABC. It is, where they are, but we a little bit different here. We spending down our reserve to support our students. So I want to provide like a summary of what the budget for next year will look like, right? There's one-time money. There's a lot of one-time money, right? $5 billion. That's $15 million. So that would help if we were to take that money and put it on the reserve, right? That's one option. Or we can spend it, but we should spend it one time, right? So that's we will make a recommendation to the board with regard to how to use that money. The ongoing fund, COLA, is 4.31%, so that's good news. But remember, with that, there's come that new benefits that will be a cost to the district, the 14 weeks of paid pregnancy disability leave, right? So that's one option. The second option is, the second area is that even with 4.31, because of declining enrollment, we only get about $3.8 million. That's still better than declining. So that's, again, going in the right direction. Another positive thing is a $43 million, 43% increase in special education funding. That's about $7 million ongoing, right? As you can see, and I've been sharing with the board, right? That's the one area that our costs have been going up every year because of the needs of our students. You saw the report. We have students, 2,487 students that has an IEP out of 17,300. That's almost 16%. Once upon a time, there was 10%. In the past, only 10% of our students have an IEP. Now it's 16%. So those students have higher needs that will need to provide additional support. Legally, when they have a need, we will have to provide the support. The state recognized that increase in cost, so that's why the governor is proposing 43% increase in funding. So that's help. We are waiting for the federal government to step up their funding under IDEA and fulfill their obligation. They are still very unfunded school district at the federal level without special education program under IDEA. So yes, we will have a balanced budget next year as presented to you. However, that is before any adjustment to the budget that the board will make regarding compensations or benefits or other things. So if we were not to do that, then we have a balanced budget. If we were to look at compensation adjustments with the different groups, then we would have to make sure that we have to, if we need to make a reduction to accommodate for that, we will bring that forward to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any board comments? And just for public comments.
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. Board comments, and just as a time check, it is 11:40. Board Member Rios.
Just two questions. One of them is, what was our budget in 2018?
2018-19, before COVID, I would have to say about 250 million.
Yes, we, right now, 336, that's over 100.
That's correct.
I like to keep it in perspective because I know that costs have increased, but I don't know if they've increased at a rate of $100 million. We have gotten more money than ever, and I'm not gonna go into details about restricted or non-restricted, but are we restricted? When you say restricted funds, is any of that money not allowed to be spent on students learning?
Most, if not all of that, is allowed to spend on student learning.
Right. So restricted, unrestricted, we make a big deal about unrestricted and restricted, but all of that money can be spent on students.
That's correct.
The last thing that I want to point out is, we talked about data earlier, and yes, again, I want to, I looked at goal 1, here's some data. 12% of Foster's youth met or exceeded standards in English language arts. $30 million that we have in LCAP, I like to think we can do better. So I don't know if that means more targeted support for these students. English learners, keep talking about improving. 15% met or exceeded standards. Low income, 53%. So again, it goes back to that, are we spending our money in the way that's giving us results? Numbers have not changed a whole lot. And yet, had an increase of over $100 million budget. Seen at least, what was our LCAP? I won't even go 10 years. In 22-23, it was about 20 million or less, right? So we've seen an increase of $10 million in the last few years. Again, we can do better.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Nishi.
Yes, just have 3 things. One is the budget you just presented, that's before any raise at all?
That is correct. Because the board has not approved any
raise at
right.
all. So
Correct.
this is the last year and then the upcoming year.
Correct.
Okay, so that is a structural deficit because, well, how much is a 1% raise in terms of money?
For all groups, we're looking at closer to 1.7 million.
So 1% raise is 1.7, almost $2 million. Okay. Well, I like how the budget actually provides $2 million surplus out of the unrestricted. So that's good. This is also before the state has actually passed their budget, right?
That is correct.
So we may or may not get that $5 million.
The $5 billion or?
Oh, I thought there was an extra 5 million one-time monies.
Yeah, 5 billion for us is 15 million.
Oh, 15 million. Oh,
Yes.
that's actually a lot of money.
Yes.
One time, but we don't know if we're going to get that, and we have to pass a budget before the state comes in.
Correct. So we have to pass the budget before June 30th, and we always pass the budget at the second board meeting in June. The state has until July 1st to sign into the budget. The legislature, with the current law, right, they have to pass it by June 15 or they don't get paid. So they have been able to do that, but the governor has until June 30th to sign it into law and make that negotiated. So once the state adopt the budget, I'll process that, during the first interim, we come back and we adjust all that to reflect the actual. So it could be more than 15 million, it could be less. We'll reflect that. COLA could be more than 3.1, it could be less. So all of these assumption is based on the May revision. It's not based on the final budget from the state.
So then after we need to do a cleanup and actually determine how we want to spend that 15 million.
Correct, and that's our process every year.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member Yu.
So we're balancing the budget.
Yes, on page 27,
Mhm.
the unrestricted program, we actually have a little, I don't want to say surplus, but a positive of almost 2.2 million.
Okay.
1% raise.
And we have, but on page 19, we have the ongoing structural deficit.
Yes, a 4.2. So we factor in the new COLA and the cost reductions that we have been doing. So now we are at $2.1 million in the plus
Mhm.
with before any compensation adjustments.
And we were at, for our reserve, what was our reserve last year?
So we did spend down, if you look on the reserve page, we down to 14.8 now.
Mhm.
We were closer to I don't know, $28 million in the restricted reserve. So we've been spending down every year.
So last year it was 28 million.
No, it was a few years ago.
Few
So every
years
year
ago.
we spend that,
Few
right?
years ago. So in few years we're down
Yes, we
to
have been
about
spending
half?
down every year.
every year. Okay. So that means like next year we're gonna be spending from reserve as well.
No, because we have a positive budget for next
Okay.
year,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
But
And
that's
also-
before any increase in costs.
Okay. Yeah. And also, of course, we have the compensation for employees also has to be factored in.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Okay. And also, the good news is that I was really concerned that we have a really strong special education, but I was really concerned about the funding. But I'm glad to see the good news of the 43% increase per student.
Yes, I
Good
will
thing.
take that good news, but
Yeah.
we can use a lot of it.
Yeah, we need more.
We use more, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Seeing no other further comments, public hearing is now closed. We will now move to action item 1.5A. I'm actually gonna ask if we can table this item for the next board meeting. Can I have a motion to table?
Motion, Tatiana.
Second, Ishii.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion is tabled. Action item 2.7A, may I have a motion to approve the 2026-2027 Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators in ABC Unified School District?
So moved. Second.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are bringing this item forward as presented tonight. Thank you.
Any public comment?
There are none.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 2.8A, may I have a motion to approve the side letter agreement between the Board of Education and the ABC Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, regarding child development permit teachers.
So moved.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing this item forward tonight. We were happy to be able to come to an agreement with our Teachers Association to provide a continued side letter for health insurance for our extended day teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Any public comment?
There are none.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 4.8A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1701 pizza bid to Pizza Depot DBA Goodies Pizza as lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the 2026-2027 with an option to renew annually after the first year for up to 4 additional years.
Second, Tatiana.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you. We went to bid for pizza, and Goody again came in as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. They've been working with us for the last 25 years, since 2001. But most importantly, their pizza passed the blind test by the student. So we were able to ask them to test out the pizza, and they were pleased with the pizza. So we recommend the board to approve this bid.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comment?
There are none.
Vice President Yokoyama. Hui?
My kids look forward to Box Pizza Day every month at their school. It's the highlight, and it's called Box Pizza. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Any other board comments? Seeing none, all in favor for pizza, say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Pizza.
passes. Information item 1.7I, results of site visits, review, and uniform complaint data for the 2025-2026 third quarter. Dr. Zila.
Thank you. We had no complaints in regard to instructional materials, facilities, or teacher vacancy and misassignments.
Thank you, Dr. Zitlo. Board reports. Board Member Yu.
I'll make it quick. This past 2 weeks was full of graduation. That was the highlight. I attended Whitney Middle School graduation. Whitney did not have middle school promotion, but now they do. It was really nice. Yeah. And is it Leal Elementary School, Gonzalez, Whitney High School, Cerritos High School, Carmelina Middle School, and finale was Gar High School graduation. And congratulations to, also Cerritos Elementary and Whitman Elementary School. And congratulations to all the graduates and the parents for all your hard work and support. Have a wonderful summer, everyone.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I attended the Artesia Chamber of Commerce grand opening. It was really nice to see a lot of people come and celebrate Artesia. Attended Tracy graduation with Board Member McCatton. Fastest graduation ever, but beautiful. It was so energetic. The kids were just amazing. They were so excited. And then ended up at Artesia High School graduation with Board Member McCatton and President Noyola. And if I could just make a comment to our board, our meetings are going really, really long, which is fine because I think we get to have conversations, but we need to either extend our meetings to longer because I feel like we rush to things and board comments are longer, or other public agencies move their board comments to the beginning of the meeting so that we're not rushing and then people get to hear us, because right now the audience is empty. So I don't know if that's a recommendation or that we kind of limit our conversations, our questions. I don't want to do that, but I think it's kind of they're getting really long, and we're even having 2 meetings a month. I think we went from 1 to 2 to kind of have more time, but I feel like I'm exhausted. I'm really, really tired. It's hard for me to concentrate at the end, so I don't know if those recommendations, if you can consider, Mr. President. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member McCann.
Kind of going along with that, I went to the city council meeting on last Thursday, and they recognized our MUN for Ribbon Bar and Cerritos High School. And what the city's now doing is that they're having a special meeting at 6 o'clock ahead of their 7 o'clock meeting to do the recognition. So we might want to consider doing something like that, although that would put our closed session at 5, which I have a feeling might not work for some of you. But it is a nice way to get the kids here, their parents here, and get that recognition done really early. I will just say I went to a lot of graduations, a lot of promotion ceremonies, and I'd really especially like to thank the custodial and maintenance staff, because I know that they put in a ton of time getting all those chairs and everything set up, the music, the whole venue set up ahead of time, and they go to a lot of work and make it look really nice, and to the principals and their staffs for the special plan for all those.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Rios.
I like to echo that. I know I also brought it up last meeting. There's got to be a way to be more efficient. I attend other board meetings. They don't go item by item. They limit the presentations, staff presentations. I enjoyed the LCAP, but we had way too many people talking. It's nice, but yeah, we need to figure out a way to be a lot more. At least are talking and are staying awake, but our staff is exhausted. People that are watching us at home. Definitely echo that. Let's work on being more efficient. As far as events, I just want to give a shout out to my son and my nephew, Sam, who graduated this year. And as a parent in this district, it's my second child that graduates, and it was really, really nice to have been a part of that. Keep it short, but congratulations to all the graduates. I'm really, really, really proud of our class of 2026. Exciting to be part of that. And congrats to the families who've got him here and the teachers and everyone. That's it. Happy summer.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Nishi.
Really quick, congratulations and good job to the entire board for showing up to as many graduations as we did. Adult schools was one of the great ones. It's very inspiring, and I like that one. That's it. We'll talk about it later.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was able to attend the Juarez Legacy event, and it was a really nice event. It was very positive, and I felt like the community was really coming together and making peace with the whole consolidation. And then they celebrated graduation the next day, which I heard was wonderful and emotional. I attended Whitney High School, Cerritos High School, Haskell Middle School, and Gar High School graduations, along with seeing all the excitement and the confidence and the pride in all the students' faces. I love hearing from the students. I love hearing about their experiences. The administrators made remarkable, motivating messages to all the students. And again, as Board Member McCatton mentioned, thank you to all the staff and administration for running seamless commencement ceremonies. I'm sure all the families appreciate all the work put into it, as do we. And lastly, this past weekend I attended the City of Cerrito 70th anniversary 5K event. I believe they said it was the first one. And there were a number of students there, which was awesome because they had just finished school the day before, and then they were all running like 5Ks, including my son. So that was really cool. And next year, I hope if they have one, we could all do it together because I think that would be really fun.
Thank
Run,
you.
walk, run, walk.
Thank you, Vice President. We have 1 year to prepare. Announcements. Next regular board meeting, Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 at 7 p.m. here at the District Office Boardroom. Committee meetings, Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, August 26th at 6:30 p.m. District Conference Room. Second public comment.
There are no comments.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
So move Mendoza.
Second, Tatiana.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes we adjourn at 11:58.
Wow.
2 minutes.
2 minutes to spare.